Muy buenos días, estimados. Espero que estén muy bien. Feliz miércoles 17 de junio. Esta noche en Hechos. Güey, estoy viendo el Mundial. Lo veo en Telemundo. No puedo ver a los gringos. Es como toda mi televisión la veo en inglés, toda. ¿No? Si es que voy a ver algo, una serie, algo así. Pero no puedo. Los narradores del Mundial gringos es mejor te tomas una pastilla para dormir y vámonos, ¿no? Qué hueva. Yo está ese güey que habla de, no sé, estaba el partido de Uruguay ayer, no, antier. Y cuando mete gol, ¿con quién está jugando Uruguay? Arabia Saudita, un pedo así, un equipo africano, no sé, no estoy seguro ahora. Mete gol el otro equipo primero y el güey, gol. Ok, bueno, esto no es bueno. Nunca había visto un bias tan grande y me encantó, tengo que decirlo. Me encantó absolutamente la falta de profesionalismo. De verdad, no estoy mamando, me encantó. Otra pendejada que vi, ahorita les voy a contar que me huele mal rapidísimo, solamente para poder reforzar todo lo que estamos platicando. Otra cosa que me encantó, güey, una muy mala noticia de los bitcoiners, esto todo el mundo lo está usando para postear en X, es un post no original, pensamiento cero original, pero Elon Musk tiene más dinero que la capitalización total de Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Los bitcoiners en este momento están, sí, pero él no es tan guapo, no está fuera del sistema, no le da el sol tan fuerte y no chupa tetas como nosotros, brother. Y están en lo correcto los bitcoiners, ¿eh? Están en lo correcto los bitcoiners. Es solo cuestión de tiempo, no se preocupen. Pronto va a llegar su momento. Vamos rápido a hablar de esto. Oigan, ¿saben qué se viene? Que es importante. Vamos a ver cuántas zanahorias nos están poniendo para adelante con la bolsa. Que me gusta lo que estoy viendo. Me gusta lo que estoy viendo. Quiero que entiendan que todavía mi plan a largo plazo continúa, pero algo aquí me está confundiendo a más corto plazo aquí a fin de año. Y no es tanto confundirme, sino qué va a pasar primero, porque no importa para mis apuestas de todas maneras, ¿no? Da igual. Pero tienen que estar todos ustedes en esto. Tuvimos el IPO de SpaceX, que por supuesto continúa subiendo y continuará subiendo en lo que todo el mundo le quiere hacer corto, ¿no? Porque así funciona la bolsa, sencillo. Pero ahora también viene el de Anthropic y el de OpenAI. Y ellos están apuntando por ahí de principios de octubre, noviembre, tal vez, ¿no? Y esa vez también son las elecciones de los midterm elections aquí en Estados Unidos, ¿no? Y aquí lo que no me huele bien es, sabemos, o yo mínimo estoy pensando que va a haber una corrección buena, ¿no? No una corrección buena, pero una corrección simple de la bolsa por, entre ahora y esas fechas o en esas fechas. ¿Y qué es lo que me está diciendo? Que todavía no vemos la jugada de estos cerdos, ¿no? Que es lo más importante. En todos los ciclos siempre vemos, sea de 4 años, de 16 años, del que quieras, siempre vemos la misma jugada, el mismo playbook, tíos. Sube el precio del petróleo, 6 meses después, instantáneamente el precio del dólar revienta a la alza. Y el dólar todavía no ha reventado y el petróleo está simplemente ajustando. Una vez más, todavía no se acaba esto. Cuando te dan buenas noticias para decirte que ya se acabó el problema, yo lo que me imaginaría es que de aquí, bueno, cuando te dan buenas noticias para que te digan, güey, ya se acabó el problema, pongan todo su dinero en la bolsa, lo que efectivamente están haciendo es abriendo la puerta para todo aquel que tiene FOMO y que tiene avaricia, para que le vendan toda la gente que ha hecho un varo tremendo en este mercado, vamos a decir los fondos más grandes del planeta, todas sus accioncitas, ¿no? Entonces, yo creo que lo que estamos en este momento viviendo es una deliciosa distribución de estas acciones, pero ahora no se pongan tan cataclísmicos, ¿no? Este no es el fin del mundo todavía, ¿no? Lo que están haciendo es vendiéndole sus acciones deliciosas, ¿no? Buenos precios. De ahí, yo imagino que en la segunda parte de este año, como normalmente ocurre, veamos a la bolsa, ahora sí, ajustar como habíamos nosotros dicho. Pero yo creo que primero puedes tener un buen rally. Ahora, si ya no te metiste, llegaste tarde a la partida y sobre todo, si te quieres meter en cosas que ya están sobrecompradas, etcétera, porque no hay un día donde vayamos a decir, güey, aquí es cuando te la van a tirar toda. Nel, es el día que ellos quieran, te mandan una noticia. ¡Ah! No vas a creerlo. pero el estrecho de Hormuz volvió a estar cerrado y otra vez los vamos a amenazar que vamos a explotarles a todas sus esposas en la panocha o no sé cómo le hagamos, ¿no? No soy técnico de guerra, no soy tan geopolítico, no soy un experto geopolítico. Entonces no sé cómo funcionan estas cosas, pero va a haber un día donde simplemente digan eso y te hagan pensar que todo el mundo está vendiendo cuando ellos simplemente te están tirando todo a la verga para sacarte ya que compraste a precios caros y ellos vuelvan a comprar a mejores precios y llevársela para arriba. Pero tengo que contar una probabilidad en la que puede yo estar mal, ¿ok? Y esta sería uno de los peores casos en mi opinión. Y eso sería que literalmente veamos la bolsa. Esto se los había dicho con lo de cripto. Si vemos la bolsa y cripto de aquí a fin de año subir completamente, vamos a tener que correr en enero. Enero, febrero, marzo van a ser fechas para correr. Pero a la verga, todo mi plan cambia por completo, si ese es el caso. Pero para empezar, nos van a dar una excelente oportunidad de salida si eso se da. ¿Por qué? Porque entonces lo que están haciendo es esperarse a literalmente contarte la historia de que los intereses están bajando, el credit crunch, todo eso. Si es que primero suben todo hasta entonces. Y esta sería lo que a mí me preocuparía en ese escenario, sería que literalmente se esperaron a sacar a Anthropic, a todo esto, porque tienes que verlo así. El gobierno y los fondos grandes les han dado varo a todas estas empresas de IA, ¿no? El famoso chaqueta redonda que todos ustedes conocen y además el gobierno que lo está haciendo. Cuando tienes estos IPOs apurados en los que están ahorita todas estas empresas de inteligencia artificial, lo que están efectivamente haciendo es todo el gobierno y estos fondos haciendo un cash out en sus manos. Entonces, si esto lo cargan por completo, es un cash out potente, tremendo y duradero, ¿no? Y eso quiere decir que, pues, tíos, vamos a lo bueno. Y lo más culero de todo esto podría empezar el próximo año. Ahora, ¿qué me diría para medir la temperatura de ese pedo? Que eso podría ser el juego, ¿no? Obviamente, simplemente cripto, que es donde estamos, pues, bueno, donde yo estoy metido y estoy buscando todas estas oportunidades. Cripto es lo que me va a dar la pauta de eso, porque si se rompe el ciclo, ahorita a la alza de repente y vámonos, eso es una. Otra cosa que me daría confluencia es que hoy, por cierto, tienen volatilidad en todo, así que quien esté de valiente, ojo, porque viene como si lo de la Reserva Federal tuviera algo que ver de verdad con la bolsa, pero eso justifica que muevan todo, ¿no? Entonces, si entraron en el corto que, por ejemplo, les mandé en Discord, que ahorita se los comparto, les dije, este no es el que te vas a llevar hasta los 62, este te vas a salir 64,500, tocamos 64,500, ¿ok? Ese mínimo era mi plan, esa era mi jugada, eso era lo que les puse enfrente el viernes pasado. Y qué raro que se dé todo esto el día de hoy, ¿no? Con lo de la Reserva Federal. Quiero que entiendan esto. El speech, lo que queremos nosotros escuchar para poder saber que vamos del lado correcto, y esto sería el lado culero, ¿no? De todo esto, es que le den a tu Paco favorito entender que van a subir los tipos. Recuerda, necesitamos que todo el mundo piense que no van a bajar nunca los intereses y que van a subir. Es lo más importante en este momento. ¿Por qué? Eso ayuda al gasto, número uno, eso mantiene el gasto. Dos, eso mantiene el sector de bienes raíces sin caerse. Y tres, si estamos esperando a la subida del dólar y la reacción de esto para el próximo año, y eso ocurre a principios del próximo año, ahí es donde vas a ver los precios de bienes raíces colapsar. Y ahí es donde ya no te van a esconder más todo. Hay un credit crunch, se compra toda la deuda y ocurre lo que tiene que ocurrir. Lo más saludable para todos nosotros es que de aquí a que salgan las empresas de IA, la bolsa ajuste, que cripto se vaya de lado con sus movimientos para abajo, etcétera. Eso sería el escenario que estamos buscando nosotros, de acuerdo al plan A. El plan B es, nos dan un subidongo, nos vamos al tope una vez más, un doble techo en el pecho y en los ojos, y de ahí salimos corriendo por patas en enero. O hacemos corto a todo, que de todas maneras eso salen bien. Y todo esto va basado en simple política monetaria, en toda la impresión de política monetaria en todos ustedes. Porque de nuevo, la gente no tiene ni puta idea que Estados Unidos ha cambiado las leyes para tener el movimiento colosal más potente y sexy de toda la historia en su deuda con el Genius Act y todo esto en cripto. Así que vamos a ver exactamente cómo se da. Y una vez más, sencillo. Subida de aquí a fin de año, vas a correr el próximo año. La bajada este año la vas a aprovechar para comprar y disfrutar lo que viene el próximo año. Y eso quiere decir que nos van a posponer el bajadón unos años y vamos a tener unos años de subidongo. Pero si solamente subimos ahorita con las zanahorias que nos están poniendo enfrente, el IPO de todo, SpaceX continúa subiendo y todas estas cosas, vamos a tener que correr fin de año, enero, febrero, marzo. ¿Cómo vamos a saber? Simplemente cuando nos digan que la bolsa y cuando tu Paco favorito lo convenzan de que la bolsa no puede bajar, ahí es cuando vamos a correr. Y todo esto es predecible. Lo han visto una y otra vez. No hay pierde en todo esto. ¿Ok? Entonces, por ahora lo que vamos a mantener un ojo es en ese petróleo delicioso que justamente pegó en nuestras entradas, bien, ¿no? Vamos a mantener un ojo en el dólar, que el dólar lleva una consolidación pendeja, pero pendeja. Para la gente que entiende de trading, ¿no? Un poco. Les tengo que compartir esto en putiza. Un segundo, que estoy invitando a alguien aquí al baile. Share screen. Dólar. Esta es una tabla trimestral, tíos. El dólar desde aquí arriba es el 2001, aquí abajo es el 2007. Lleva consolidando en este wedge aquí desde el 2000, 26 años. O 25 años, ¿no? Si le quieres restar, porque esto es 2001. 2001, sí. Lleva aquí, en realidad lleva aquí consolidando desde acá. No, pero no lo voy a poner del 87. Y esto debería acabar en enero del 2023. Si tenemos la bendición de que la bolsa no se caiga ahorita, nuestra gran recesión, momento culerísimo, la de los 100 años, no va a venir hasta por ahí del 2030, 31, 32. Si ahorita vemos que hay una jugada sucia, ahí es donde nos preocupamos. Pero para mí eso tiene que llegar cuando te pongan los robots que hacen todo y por eso todavía no me preocuparía por ella. Simplemente la primera en la que me preocuparía que pueden venir en ondas es la de 16 años, pero por ahorita la voy a dejar tal cual. Donde voy a estar poniendo el ojo y bien atento es en el petróleo. Y una vez más, solamente para que esté limpio acá, esto fue lo que platicamos el lunes de dónde iba a ir el petróleo, así que importante que sigamos con ello. Los voy a traer rapidísimo acá a la tabla a nuestro Discord para que le caigan, para todos los que quieran. Les doy aquí también yo los trades que yo comparto, mis ideas. Les había dejado donde teníamos entradas en 65, 66, 67. Básicamente te promedia en 66. Si te saliste en 64, 500, como platicamos, tuviste una buena ganancia, dependiendo de qué tan pinche cerdo seas con el apalancamiento. Y una vez más, ese no era el movimiento grande. Es fácil de entenderlo. Y ahora, Alex les mandó también un corto, etcétera, con todas estas cosas. Por ejemplo, para los que están aprendiendo apenas, ¿por qué hubo una diferencia entre lo que marqué yo, que les dije, vamos a tener esta corrección, y lo que ven Alex y Farhan en las tablas? Es porque ellos son machotamente reaccionarios, que es como un trader se debería de comportar. Yo soy reaccionario a mayores, a temporalidades más altas. ¿Y a qué me refiero con ello? Que para mí, si estoy viendo el movimiento y veo a dónde va y me lo da, voy a adelantarme a él. No me estoy adelantando, estoy diciendo, esto es lo que vi hace unos días. Pero la manera de hacerlo correctamente por el libro es lo que hacen estos güeyes, para que entiendan. Por eso hay una diferencia. Y el lunes ellos creían que nos íbamos a 69, 70. Y ahora quiero que entiendan esto. A mi punto de vista, sigue siendo, antes de entrar en todo esto, vienes a 64, vas a 69, 70, 71, para de ahí caer a los 62, etcétera. Ese va a ser el bueno. Y cuando lleguemos, una vez más, quiero que se acuerden de esto, por favor. Cuando lleguemos a los 69, 70, 71, todo el mundo va a estar diciendo que nos vamos a ir 80. Que es imposible que caiga. Y todo el mundo va a decir, no te metas ahorita porque... Y esto es lo que pasa todo el tiempo. Esto es lo que he aprendido yo. Puta madre, traga saliva bien, Alejandro. Así que pongan muchísima atención. Pero para seguir los tradesotes del buen Alex, tienen aquí los enlaces del Discord en YouTube. Píquenle si son unos huevones y están en otra plataforma. Y dicen, ¿cómo puedo llegar aquí? Busca Alejandro Salomón en YouTube, en el último en vivo, y ahí lo tienes. Ahí está el enlace en la parte de abajo. También tienes los análisis de Farhan y los del tío Salo. También tenemos acá abajo Criptolingo, en esta parte en anuncios, aquí abajo, que es todas las abreviaciones que usa Alex y Farhan para en sus trades que les están mandando, simplemente para que los vean, lo entiendan, porque hay mucha gente que no entiende, está en inglés y también traducido al español. Y también una cosa que pueden hacer si no entienden algo que ponen como una abreviación que no está aquí, busca qué significa esta abreviación en Google. Yo sé, es ridículo que lo tengan que decir, pero se tiene que decir, hermanos, por las preguntas que me llegan. Además de eso, también tenemos, vamos a regalar, ¿qué? $3,000 hoy, porque tenemos esto todavía, nuestro giveaway. Nos faltan $3,000 hoy y $3,000 el viernes. Y esto es para que si estás tradeando en Bitunix, si ya eres trader, no te metas acá a querer ganar dinero, no te va a servir de nada. Tienes que ser trader para poder hacer esto y tienes que ya estar tradeando. No dejes que esto te gane la puta avaricia porque vas a perder tu dinero y no me interesa eso. No quiero escuchar, qué güey, yo me metí porque quería ganar esto y acabé perdiendo más. No, esto es para la gente que ya está tradeando y sabe lo que está haciendo. Si depositas $200 te dan un ticket, depositas 400 te dan 2, 600 te dan 3 tickets. Y si estás, y ahora, esto es en cada uno de los bloques de entre cada sorteo. Entonces, si abriste una cuenta con nosotros en Bitunix hace 3 semanas y no has hecho ni vergas más que un depósito la primera, ya no estás participando en esta. Pero esto es buenas noticias para todos ustedes, porque hay muy poca gente participando. Creo que en el stream pasado, todavía no puedo confirmar esto, un güey ganó 2 veces. Hay muy poca gente haciendo trades. Entonces, si te preguntas, güey, yo abrí Bitunix con otro güey, con otra cuenta y no los usé su enlace de enlazados, ¿no? De referidos, lo único que tienes que hacer es con otro correo, abre otra, tío. ¿Ok? Abre otra cuenta con otro correo con nuestro enlace que está justamente en nuestro sitio web. Y aquí lo tienes, que es donde estamos en este momento. Te vas a meter, para saber dónde está ese enlace, te vas a meter a Tutos, a ver si ya corregimos este pedo. Que había visto que Bruno le picó. No, todavía no. Perfecto. Pero aquí, en donde debería haber un video de Bitunix, le vas a picar aquí abajo y ahí es donde te va a llevar. Si quieres aprender cómo usar un exchange de futuros, te voy a llevar a este video de Blofin. Y acá en 5 minutos te lo explico, pero de todas maneras deberíamos de tener este video funcionando, el de Bitunix. Debería estar ahí funcionando, pero no está funcionando. Así que ahí lo tienen. Tenemos nuestro calendario para que sepan las actividades, para que sepan que nuestras clases en vivo, los horarios, a qué horas son, etcétera, y nuestras clases exclusivas cada 2 jueves a las 7 de la mañana, aunque me gustaría ser un poco más específico, que es lo que vamos a cambiar para que lo tengan puesto, listo y derecho, damas y caballeros. Ahora sí, si quieren aprender también a tradear, que es una excelente idea en mi opinión, solamente si quieres literalmente aprender mínimo cómo leer una tabla y que no te digan en Yahoo Finance qué vergas está pasando porque vas a perder todo tu dinero escuchando cualquier paco que te diga eso. Aquí tenemos el curso de Cero a Trader. Esto es para literalmente gente que está empezando, que no habla lenguaje de tablas, no sabe ni a qué puto sitio ir. Esto está pensado justamente para ustedes, porque eso está pensado egoístamente en mí, en cómo me hubiera gustado aprender, en vez de gastarme miles de dólares en cursos pendejos que ya hablaban como si yo fuera un ingeniero de trading, y esto es para literalmente el más básico. Y la forma más barata de hacerlo es, compras eso, lo ves un par de veces, no te va a funcionar a la primera, por favor. Dura una hora 40 minutos con todos los términos básicos. Ven a nuestros en vivos en vivo, a nuestros en vivos en vivo. Qué bueno que medité esta mañana, güey. Estoy fresco, ¿eh? Ven a nuestros en vivos 3 veces a la semana aquí, que son completamente gratis. Date una vuelta y de ahí vas a tener preguntas, güey. Si tienes preguntas, cae por acá. Tenemos la la membresía de sesiones de trading en vivo. Y aquí puedes platicar con nosotros, pedirnos que analicemos tus precios como lo hace la comunidad aquí de Elite Trading Academy, pero también tienes acceso a las clases exclusivas que damos 2 veces al mes por 4 horas solamente para contestar todas las preguntas que vayas a tener. ¿Ok? Es la recomendación del día del tío Salo para que lo puedan hacer. Ahora, vamos a ver si podemos hacer esto el día de hoy. A ver si hoy se va a comportar y vamos a regalar estos $3,000 a todos los que están tradeando en Bitunix. A ver si son el mismo güey, ¿no? Estaría cabrón. Es round 2, round 3, round 1. Ya está dado round 2. No le puedo picar, no le puedo picar. Perfecto. This isn't working. Excellent. Ahorita vemos cómo lo arreglamos. Pone que todavía falta. A ver si otra vez se puede hacer. Nel, no me va a dejar. Perfecto. Ahorita lo hacemos una vez más, ya saben, adentrados en este pedo. Le damos con Toño de Valdés. Pero antes que nada voy a bienvenir a los niños, a los muchachos del trading y vamos a darle para adelante. Boys, that capo indicator, one of the greatest indicators of all time. Easy to see. No one took my trade probably.
Even always will be free money as long as he's posting genuinely.
Yeah. And it's for free. It's for free. You see that he's looking where you're looking, and we say, no, we're not going there. It's fucking amazing. It's incredible.
You got to turn those alerts on.
Well, I'm not going to do that, but you guys can fucking hook me up, please, and just fucking tell me when he's thinking in those. Because, you know, right now when we go to the $69,000, $70,000, $71,000 area, everyone's going to say, we're going to $80,000. And all we need to see is that Capo is waiting for those $80,000 for us to know that that's going to be the next area for the short. And that's it. It's really that simple. It's really, trading is that simple, boys.
And it's funny because he says possible short-term correction today, and that's most likely when we're just actually putting in a bearish retest. So it's actually playing in quite nice. And if you are an ETA, well, just check the trading alerts because, well, I'm posting accordingly. Let me share my screen now.
What do we got?
And I think this perspective is actually quite easy and nice going today and to the close of today. And again, if you're in the Discord or an ETA, I have exactly what I'm playing literally right now to the T on that. And really, we have the criteria now. Going into Monday, we were talking about awesome. We got expansion above 65,000. But really, let's see if price action actually hold above that. Let's shift to the daily. I was talking about 2 to 3 daily candle closures back above that 65K, but actually holding. What do we have after the reclaim on Sunday? Monday, you got the throwback. You got the move up, but the 21 continues to reject. Tuesday, you got the move up. 21 continues to reject. That's 2 taps. We really should get a decision today, in my opinion. But things in this region are shifting bearish. And the idea now is that we are potentially now brewing another breakdown while Bitcoin has essentially just grinded out some kind of, major lower high in this region. The daily is still telling a story, and that is we had the breakout. Okay, we got the throwback. We got the move up to 65K. Awesome. Something we were talking about. Of course, we're going to overshoot it a little bit. This is going to start getting the hopium of 69K. Even last stream, I was talking about 69,000 being a possibility if the criteria hits. And for me, that's daily EMA 9. That wasn't straight at all. Daily EMA 9 holding, if also the lower time frames can hold 65K. And so far, that's not really working. Lower time frames for me are that 12-hour. The 12-hour is telling an easy story here. And we were in a 12-hour buy trigger. Here was your 12-hour setup, taking you to 69K, right up to the 12-hour EMA 100. But you do notice here that ever since you had that 12-hour evening star, you did start to get follow through down, and you are producing lower highs consistently. Excuse me. This is important because this was bearish price structure, despite holding 65K, just really telling me that, yeah, most likely a move down. Most likely it will, actually give us that test of the daily EMA 9. There's going to be a big point. For me, we had weakness yesterday once actually the 12-hour EMA 34 deviated. That means that this is not any 12-hour buy trigger. We're actually back within the moving averages. This gave you a target all the way back down to 65K that has been fulfilled. And now what you notice is going into today, you've actually put in a massive SFP, something we've been talking about a lot for a criteria to open another short. We actually do need to start seeing this 65K, essentially SFP. And that's actually what did occur. Once you actually yesterday, or I guess this early morning, got that 12-hour close, that was at 64,700 essentially. So now we are obviously making the predictable rally back up. We're obviously going to take out some aggressive shorting here for the last 24 hours. This has just been going straight down. If we really zoom out here, you will notice we are right back within the breakdown. Bitcoin really did a typical SFP move right at key support. This could be looked at as a major bullish sign if it stayed above 65K. You've seen major moves up occur at this exact region. But under it's actually the big cause of concern now. We've actually had more data on reclaims than losses. The only real times we've really lost 65K did lead to brutal moves back to 62.2. Excuse me, let me get some water real quick. So if 62.2 is brewing, that's where I'm going to actually start looking for maybe a trade setup in this region. For me now, it's very easy. You honestly did SFP even the 12-hour EMA 5. You just like you did to the 9 and the 21. So you're in a point of interest now on Bitcoin, which is saying if you are a lower time frame trader, well, you are potentially in trade development. Now what we have here is a little move past the 12-hour 9. This is instantly now in a lower time frame short setup. This is important because all the major moves have been based off of a 12-hour EMA 9 short setup on Bitcoin in this last major move down. We can just very easily see here. Excuse me. Okay. There we go. Hopefully that'll work now. Maybe. Nice. That was about a 4.8% from 12-hour 9. Where then we rallied back up, formed a lower high right off the 12-hour EMA 9, where then that did give you about a 20% move. So for me, I think it's very important to be watching carefully where this is actually going to close going into today. We are just simply retesting still, even on this move up. If we just measure from wick low to wick high, okay, it's been about a 1.3%. Cool. But now we really need to see bulls actually flex here, get back above the 12-hour EMA 34 at 66K. That's when then we can actually start talking about 69,000 again. Until then, this is activating my short rule. If you are on ETA, we have a short now brewing. I think mine just filled. So if you are looking for a short here, we actually are getting a nice setup today. You go to your 4-hour EMA 100 as well. This was another point which is helping me at least get confluence in that short setup I posted on our Discord yesterday. And that was just based on one of my favorite lower time frame setups here. That was the 4-hour EMA 100. You were always looking for some kind of throwback trade here. Once you got that nice green dildo to the upside around 67,000. But here you did get the throwback, but then this is when everything starts becoming kind of icky vicky for Bitcoin. This is when the 4-hour actually starts taking on downtrend characteristics. Price divergence. Again, there's your evening star. That was equated to a 12-hour evening star. Here was your loss of the 4-hour EMI 100. And you just very simply see, since losing that, that was the accurate spot to be looking for shorts. It's exactly why I did post that Discord short and was really talking about this region here, because you did get expansion down. Now the 4-hour is just retested the 21. Again, giving you confluence that maybe perhaps that 12-hour is just putting in a bearish retest despite a nice green dildo. Now you do see the 4-hour isn't a sell trigger. You do see lost to 34, and that was the last big spot where you got expansion to the upside. You can just see very clearly here. Now, if you end up projecting that you're going to get a clear target down to 62.2, that at least even on the 4-hour puts Bitcoin in about a 4% range breakdown potential. The 4-hour has been pretty well respected here. which, I mean, I guess in the early June, you did see it basically take us all the way down to a new low. So yes, bulls were looking okay for maybe 69K. That's why for me, I was very patient on reshorting because, I did get stopped out on this green dildo. Perfectly okay. But now I'm just looking at this as maybe an SFP, kind of middle finger to shorts. And is this just the retest before we break down? And that's exactly what I have to look at. As long as the moving averages are staying down, the daily 4-hour is telling a story, and that is a bearish story for now. I do believe we have some data. Now I just click buttons. FOMC maybe, I'm unsure, 100% unsure. But I do know that so far
there is that bullshit. It's just a bad day to be in the market.
I
Like
see.
it's not like it's not for anything because the data is irrelevant, but it's the fact that they have the excuse to do whatever, right? So this is just not a great day to be in the market.
Good way to word it. Yeah, good day to just kind of give you those fuck you moves.
Exactly.
Again, good for retests. And even here, if we go up a little bit more, it's okay. 65.5, 4-hour EMA 9. So, okay, yeah, that's good to know, actually, because on these days, data days, yeah, they don't mean anything. But what they do mean is the market's going to use that headline to kind of make it a little more fucky. But still very straightforward. As long as we are staying under now 65.5 to 66K. For me, I'll call it 66K on a 4-hour or 65.5 on any other time frame, like an hourly, 15-minute, any of that. As long as we are under essentially that range, though, this will be more prime to break down. The 4-hour still has about 1 hour, 56 minutes. Anything can happen here, specifically when the retest is already done. Now, you didn't get a full setup here at all, but it's just breaking above the moving average on the 4-hour only, very tiny, but still just kind of showing where we're at. And you do see the contraction of the 12-hour. Let me delete this so you don't think it's a line. Nice. And so it is still contracting. So this market is somewhat still kind of playing in bare hands, even on a volatility perspective here. Now, 12-hour contracting, daily's expanding, but again, not on a setup. Could easily just reject the moving average here. If you start seeing 12-hour and daily contract in volatility, so maybe it rejects moving average, starts moving down, could be a recipe for a volatility setup despite even Bitcoin moving down. Meaning once you reach that 62.2, could start brewing actually that breakdown move to 49K just based on a daily volatility setup. Remember, would be dependent on this contracting here. In the spot where we have literally contracted and gotten a setup quite fast. And volatility, even here, almost a setup, but still point of contraction. So a little side note there with the 12-hour volatility contracting. I think it's very important. And if we do throw in our 55, a little voice just said silver cross on 12-hour. And so it does look like, yes, a little weaker on that, of course, because we almost reached the 55. But now still very valid now that we've actually SFP'd that EMA 9. Remember, the daily also has a silver cross, meaning even if we were looking for 69K, bulls really should have had no reason getting back above the 21. This purple line here, 66, basically 67,000. But they did. And this is why then that daily silver cross is still working out. I mean, upon that 21, that gave you a 3.68% move off of, I believe, a bear moon. Okay, so we've topped on a bear moon. That's not good. This entire bear market has just been dictated by bear moons, really. Now, even, okay, so look at dump, even 2 days is dumped on this bear moon. But okay, we went up, so somewhat of a failure here. Dump. A little higher before the big dump. Of course, it has to, be a little fucky. And that's it. The bear market started. So really the big moves have been off of this bear moon, actually. So that's not also a good sign. I do know on Monday's stream we talked about that. Now, regardless of how you look at that, the fact that now Bitcoin is putting in all these bearish setups right into that does just make you wonder, are we just going to see another bear moon activate? I believe it's about 8% upon activation, I believe. Fard can correct me if I'm wrong. Would take you right now almost at 62.2, right at 61.8. So not too bad actually with your bear confluence. What's happening now is maybe shorts got too confident here. Maybe this squeeze up took a lot of shorts out, and so now even a simple daily silver cross dumping us 4% still didn't get traded by many short traders. And that's why now I have my criteria to short with the boys. And I am watching for this short setup to actually take hold today. And so we have filled on our short. We have a very easy invalidation. You basically just don't want to get back above 66K. And so anywhere here means potentially if we start trending down, we are going to actually, start moving down to 62.2. Now, I have to really be looking at the lower time frames because I do believe the daily is a little predatory in just the posturing here. If you just viewed the posturing here, negated everything we just talked about, and just viewed what this looks like, it looks like it's producing a daily uptrend. And so with the 4-hour trend down now, and the 12 hours essentially sell trigger, that's why I have to be maybe looking at this as kind of a predatory higher low. Now, the only way that this can start really taking hold, just if you are bullish somewhere, is get back above the daily 21 and actually take out June 15's wick high. That'll start confirming this daily uptrend to become a lot stronger, actually. Like once you really confirm this daily uptrend here, even in a bear moon, this still took hold and took us all the way up to the SMA 200, was strong up. You're not there yet. You don't have that confirmation yet. But that is something I will just talk about because I do see. But that is why today I really just need to see bears flex. Today is a fucky day though, as Alejandro mentioned. So just be fully aware of that. But really, this is brewing a short setup under 65.5. So even if you're scaling shorts, all the way up to 65.5, honestly, is where I'm doing it. Look at this. Hourly 100 didn't even get claimed yet. Honestly, that's funny to see. Because it just plays into, is this just a bearish retest move? And even the hourly, something like an hourly is telling you that on an hourly silver cross, like you do have a short setup even on an hourly here. Excuse me. So like the lower time frames are looking pretty bearish on Bitcoin, actually. We're like, yeah, the daily, okay, I could maybe see it, but that just could potentially play right into our short trade and another Bitcoin bull trap. Understand this entire bear market, we've been really keen to trapping bulls. That's just kind of been the thing we like to do. Trap bulls, get everyone bullish again. But despite that, nothing really changes. So that's kind of what I'm making the point with the daily. If you are a bull here running on maybe higher lows, just be a little cautious in this area. Now we can keep going now. Talked about the silver cross. Talked about the bear moon, volatility contracting on that 12-hour. And you can see why today's going to be important, really, to see bulls actually pick it up. You are, again, and this is on the daily, so we know it's a little predatory, but you are in a breakout for what it's worth on HPDR. But if you don't see this actually break out and this shifts back within the blue zone today, today, it's like tonight or tomorrow night, then yeah, that'll be another point of confluence that this was just a lower high on the higher time frames, which I'll show soon, but also just a predatory false breakout. So something to watch. And we can't act like before we've had big moves down, the daily's not looking very good. It's looking very good. We're even getting a daily breakout. But then you fall back within the blue zone, and then you just start breaking down. What was I talking about right here? Oh, I guess we already circled it. Huh, funny. Right here. Right? We hit the breakout, couldn't hold the throwback, fell back within it, and then we had the big move down. Yeah, I like the my shorts filled. Very nice. Now let's go to higher time frame and start seeing. Let me delete all my meme drawings, my illusions. Okay, we'll keep that. That's a stop loss indicator. And it's funny because, yeah, Capo, I mean, even onto a Monday stream, we're like, yeah, probably they're not going to go to 69. Probably has topped. Once USP 65, that'll be the trigger. So that it's funny because, like, if I could post where he put in his Telegram chat about we're going to go up versus when this topped, it would literally just be like right here. And it is like actually quite funny. Like literally like right here. So it's just like after he said that, it just has been going down.
It's mostly because all technical trade, like at first everyone falls for the bullshit, people reading the news, but then technical traders are looking all at the same areas. And obviously it's, you know what I saw yesterday? Coinbase released their new certified AI agent by the SEC so that he can give you financial advice and shit. So now the question is, right? Let's pretend that it works perfectly fine. So now everyone's getting the same advice about this, like all assets basically, and also like in general, hey, I just want to invest in general. And then he's just going to give everyone the same entries and the same whatever. Like if these exchanges are fucking people already with the take profits, stop losses, you know, because they go hunt them, imagine what they're going to do with one AI telling everyone where to invest.
Yeah, honestly, good point. Because
so what technical traders are in a way doing the same thing, because like once you understand technical analysis, the basis of it, it's very simple and basic to go to those levels and understand like, all right, if this happens, then that should happen. And that's when, to me, someone that most people don't ever learn outside of whatever they already learned, they never get actually better at something. Once you get good, that's it, you stop. And I think the market keeps evolving, right? Because more people are learning technical analysis, and that's why it's harder for those people to do better. So when someone that's as rigid, showing me that they've never learned anything new, is telling me this is what all technical traders that act like me and think like me are doing, that's it. I'm not going there. It's simple.
Yeah, and of course, you know, the exchanges are giving you an AI bot so you can make money, of course, to help you. 100%. Always.
Yeah. The AI bot's going to beat them for sure.
Right. Good Lord. So, you know, that's a good point because if everyone is looking at the same thing, the charts are showing it. Even we had a base case on 69K, but then you see, you know, I guess the biggest retail indicator trader, just the biggest trader indicator, Capo. Yeah, most likely then that's probably just going to top right in the middle and kind of, you know, wash out the people that were waiting for higher, but then also take out absolutely the longs. Now going to a higher time frame here, you can't see really, nothing's really shifted. And so potentially now what we've done is grind it out. Let me get the moons off too. It's looking like a crazy chart. There it is. Now what you do see is you do just have that lower high grinding out in the 5-day. Not a good sign. You do see you just rallied up to the 5-day EMA 5. Funny how that works. We went up a little higher, right? There's your EMA 9 at 69,000. And understand, it doesn't mean we're not going to test 69,000. It just means Bitcoin might need to go to 49K first and then rally all the way back up to 69K. Potentially. I mean, that is literally what could occur. As long as this is still bearish and lower highing, that means the implication is The lower low is coming. And if it's off the 5 on the 5-day, then yeah, that's extreme weakness. Now we need to be watching carefully because again, yes, daily is looking good, but this is just in doji 5-day. This is not looking the best. And this is actually looking more like it wants to fill out and start really coming back to 62.2, where then that could be the, okay, is it a throwback higher low, or are we just about to break down towards 49K? But even on this 5-day, it's again just showing you that you should be looking at the 12-hour, the hourly, the 4-hour, and the daily, because the higher time frames are still very bearish. And all I'm looking at is, okay, we put in a nice green dildo here, but this just really honestly broke the streak. For a long time, we've just been putting in 5-day red dildos. So this just broke the streak, took us right up to the 5-day 5, while also still in lower high posturing. That to me is a bear indication. Or if you only look at this just at face value, it's like, oh, 5-day hammerhead, bottomed, let me long. And that's just, it's too simple. And believe it or not, that's like something someone just did. Stop loss at the bottom. That's why we can easily make a new lower low. A bunch of stops are here, which is literally how you're supposed to play these. Just you're wrong until you take this low out, which for aggressive traders can mean if they're just longing here with the stop here, they're just going to end up making a magnet for the lower low. Get some water. Nice. All right, we'll keep going now. So we understand. See, the 5-day is not even looking the best. Actually looking quite bad. Remember, the 5-day was trying to shift up, but it couldn't. You had your lower low break, and all it really looks like is you're SRing these wick lows. Like if you just drew a meme line here, it just looks like you're putting a major SR. What was support flipped into major resistance. It's almost like what we saw here in this move down, which all it did was SR these lows. And then if you just start really drawing lines at these rejections, all we've been doing is SRing. It's like the opposite of the gold chart when it was just going up. You take your wick lows, you take your previous highs, it often forms bottoms. All Bitcoin is really doing is just rejecting those. All right, you have your lows, your expansion up, your wick lows, your wick lows. Now it's just right under it. Let's check HBDR. Okay, yeah, not really getting much to 61.8. Easily take you back to 62.2. And then break 62.2. There's your new low. So even the 5 days giving you confluence, what I'm mentioning here. And again, look at that. I mean, from the 88.3, it would not take much to go back down to 49K. Where then that most likely does give you the bounce towards 69. Somewhere around 69K. So let's go to the weekly. Weekly, again, is looking pretty bad, actually. Let me clean the chart up a bit. You know, we're professionals here. I wake up, I get my black coffee, I put my best bear suit on, make sure my clip-on tie is good. You know how it goes. I wear shoes in the house, my dress shoes, with my dress socks. You know, very serious stuff, like the weatherman. So here we have just a bad weekly. And this weekly is really showing, are we just SRing, like what I just mentioned? More evident here. Now, yes, a great green dildo last week, right off a weekly SMA 200, quite predictable. But now what you do see is this 5 is moving down. You could get a reconnection here. If price just dumps from this point, you could get another retest of the weekly SMA 200, making this a range from maybe the 5 to the SMA 200. The issue is you just haven't retested anything on this wick high rejection. This just kind of rejected randomly. just per the weekly. Again, this was the capital rejection. It just doesn't make sense, but it does make sense when you understand all the little details. And now you're back under this breakdown zone. So is Bitcoin just brewing basically a breakdown here? Like, is this just brewing a breakdown? We got a breakdown here, so this is done. Don't look at this channel. Look at here. It was just the breakdown, the retest before we go down again. And a very simplistic, easy way to look at that. Maybe. What I do know is, well, this doesn't look good. This candle, you still have 4 days left to go. Kind of is signaling bears are in control here, honestly. Once this flips red, what's going to stop price from dumping? You just had a massive weekly green dildo hammerhead. What did I just mention on that on the 5-day? Many stop losses at the bottom of that. Just kind of makes this almost like visually like it just wants to come down at least to 62.2. Now, only way to diminish that is, yeah, get back above 65.5. Like I mentioned, you'd want to just see the previous weekly close reclaimed. Basically, do this and we will break out. But the weekly is looking very bad. And I'd be very cautious of a move back to 62.2. At current market price, that means shorts literally could just get another 4.5% move. And there that plays out the bear moon on the daily. And that is actually my first TP on these shorts. Break 62.2, sweet. New lows, and then 49K. Now we'll look at weekly HPTR again. Oh, what a coincidence. Under 61.8, and again, GG if you caught the short with me on the Discord at 66K, right here. Right at that 61.8%. What a nice short. And now look at that. HPDR is literally saying next move should be 58,300. So that's a new low even on Bitcoin per this weekly. Now, again, we'll use the SMA 200 as the mid-range. And at 62.2 makes that a very easy, like psychological TP zone for us. That's very simple. But once you lose this weekly SMA 200, fully understand that that is when, like, that's when the bear thesis comes out fully. And that is when you're going to start seeing Bitcoin at minimum dump 30% more. Because every time we've at least lost weekly SMA 200, it's always resulted in at least 20% moves. The last loss here was a 32.58%, and that was after major moves down. Now, it did spark some bottom, of course, but because you dramatically sold off. So that's still going to be our big spot of interest. Once that's lost, that's really when you're just going to be able to be in a massively aggressive bear right into the weekly SMA 200, or you're going to see a reclaim, and that's probably going to be the bottom. Which still means a decision will be made at 62.2 rather than 65. So good game, good game for my shorts, basically. Another thing on the bi-weekly, no surprise that it rallied to 69K. Totally see what Kappa wants here and is looking at. Just, will he get it? Is Bitcoin too weak to even just retest what we want? The 5 and the 100. Is a meme line just going to reject? And it'll be a hindsight trade. Stay tuned. Yeah, what a nice market, though. Don't forget, like, we are just in a monthly dump, honestly. And that's not good because we've seen this before where, like, you just have to know, if you know, like, Bitcoin will get these, like, little bounces that just end up at the end of the month filling back out this candle. So, like, I'm not fully thinking this is just going to be a buyback and a bottom candle because you've literally taken out your low here. Maybe though it'll be like this in this scenario. But like these are off the 9. This is not, and it's just in breakdown. Like, look at this without the 55, please. Like, what's going to stop it from filling that out and just moving down to 49K? Nothing. Like, literally, there will be nothing stopping this from filling out this bottom candle. See what it does that. No big deal. So that's why on ETA, the short setups that we posted actually are quite interesting because, well, it plays back into what I was mentioning last week. If you start looking at Bitcoin now, and basically the analysis is done on Bitcoin, I'll go to the other things, but it is really looking quite weak here. And we can't forget, we had a massive weekly or monthly, my apologies, volatility setup, which is still firing off, which still means that even despite this move up, really this red dildo could just get started. We could literally fill this and make a new low in 1 month, come all the way down to 49K. Better look at CME. You can just see here, and CME is giving you a $40,000 Bitcoin with a monthly volatility setup. So just, really pay attention to the setups that we're, honestly being given. I have to be looking at all of this. It's just really good confluence to maybe a juicy short setup brewing. Let's go back to the 12-hour here. And there you go. Now the short setup on ETA is now green, which is nice. And at this point, I am just looking for a move back to 62.2. So that's Bitcoin. Hopefully that made sense. Look where oil's at now. Look at that. We're in the decision. Do we lose daily SMA 200? Or is this going to be just the spot we're supposed to be longing oil now? Look at that weekly estimate. Weekly SMA 200 has finally been tested since the reclaim of March. Meaning if you are going to be a bear and a bull on oil, this is the perfect spot. And so Bitcoin lined up to kind of slowly brewing bearish moves is very interesting because many are bearish on oil now. Oil can very easily from this point rally back up to 87. Like it can easily just go up to 87 and then break down, of course. But still kind of plays into the idea maybe risk does kind of sell off here soon. Yeah, nothing on silver. Well, no, that's not true. We actually, into silver this week, are in a massive sell trigger. Something you haven't seen since March 2025, and that was a failure. Other than that was like in 2024 January. So even silver is still looking pretty weak. And even it gave you a lower low. Dang. Am I seeing that correctly? Or no? No, it did not. It didn't take out 61. All right, sneaky. Why am I even looking at silver? Because whenever silver looks bad, Bitcoin looks bad, really. And well, this still looks bad. So really watch Bitcoin carefully. Oh, wow. And look at Coinbase, too. Yeah. Just rejecting its weekly SMA 200. Now let's go to the D of Bitcoin. We're already on the weekly, so why not? Okay, so bulls are trying to defend EMA 100 on weekly, but you're just right back down to the disaster zone. This could literally just start breaking down from here again, but the weekly is giving you another volatility setup. Now, this is very important because if we start breaking down from here, you'll know once weekly EMA 100 is lost, then yeah, you will start getting a move down to 57.4%. In all honesty, it's really will start looking like it wants to come down to 54%, and possibly lower. Now, for the last few months, Bitcoin dominance has just been terrible. Really, look at these candles. But this is just putting it in a massive channel. And we do know that this is going to end somewhere in July, August. So we are very close. Bitcoin dominance going down means Bitcoin goes down. Now, it's very interesting to hear about the alt scenario where alts bottom first. Maybe their Bitcoin pairings are going to bottom versus Bitcoin dominance, which is interesting because if you do think, like myself, Bitcoin dominance is going to move down from here hard, and yeah, maybe the alt pairings are actually going to be okay somewhat. Look at this. It took multiple months to finally get the retest. And we're very close now to a major bottom here. So very interesting stuff. Bitcoin dominance definitely still looks bearish to me though. And so maybe that is what actually started making alt a little stronger. I don't know. But I do know that this is looking quite weak. The weekly EMA 100 can't hold forever, and we need to start getting an expansion move out of here, or this will start doing the opposite, which will give you an expansion breakdown, a full-on breakdown, essentially. So, yeah, be very cautious on Bitcoin dominance. Watch the weekly EMA 100. As soon as you take out last week's low, this is going to start breaking down. Already off first glance, I mean, wow, weekly 5 retested, higher low, higher high, higher low question mark. Now we throw the mean lines on, and yeah, this is just SRing. We're potentially going back to the range high around 8.57%. And once you get back above 8.57%, you will get a move back to around 9.5. Last week, you had a pretty massive topping candle, SFP. But still, you haven't even retested that yet. So that still means you have a minimum of 1.92%. And we're looking for about a 4% on Bitcoin. So that's almost half of it. More reason on why Bitcoin most likely starts rejecting here. And if this does want to be bullish, Bitcoin becoming bullish, that most likely means this weekly will reject the 8.57% and then break down. But not here. It doesn't make sense to just reject here on tether dominance. It needs a little higher. Just a little higher. Now you do see the daily 5 and 9 are being tested along with the 21 being flirted with. We're in a tight range on tether dominance, 21 and the 9. If today you start seeing this 5 get reclaimed, that'll be your first big sign that maybe tether dominance is starting to grind some kind of bottom here. Look at that. Even Bitcoin is still just looking weak. Now watch the hourly EMA 100 reclaim. This will start giving you confluence of the move up to around 8.57%. Something like that. Could be just like a very basic hourly. You could even get like some kind of hourly inverse head and shoulders here. But that's Jesus toast until you actually grind out the right shoulder. For now, just wait for the hourly EMA 100 to get reclaimed here. Because look at the hourly EMA 100 rejecting us here. So do we need to overcomplicate things? No. We get back above that, it's going to bust us up to the 8.57. Okay, sweet. 12-hour just retested. We're still, in a precarious spot, but this is the recipe for a move up, big move up. Retest the 34 and start reclaiming the 21, meaning this high here in the 12-hour will get reclaimed. So price will move up almost 0.7%, get a reclaim, start moving up to 8.7. That's why I watch the hourly. Remember what I mentioned here, 8.2 is going to be your big spot of interest. You do really need to start seeing that hold for then the monthly to potentially get it back above 8.57. If you close back with 8.57, that's going to be your big indication going into July that we are about to put in a new all-time high on tether dominant. That means actually into July could be an absolutely terrible month for crypto if that's the case. And we're not very far from it, and this is closing in 13 days, so not that long. Now let's go to total. We kind of stopped talking about it, but I also think it's very relevant. This is what helped us really gauge the last shorts, the last 2 months. The total is just measuring out the total market cap, including everything, all this shit. 2.21 trillion now. Since talking about the breakdown, it was at 2.5 trillion, a few $1 billion off now. And I am still looking on that breakdown once you lost daily EMA 100 at 2.56 trillion to start moving down to the 1.77. Excuse me. Now you do see the daily 9 is going to confirm that once lost. Once you lose the daily EMA9, this will really start confirming a breakdown for me. That's going to be what's going to take you down to 1.77. Now, I say this because look at really how much we've moved down so far. Trading is being a little slow. Not sure why. There we go. That was 20%, 21%, 500 billion. Now, look how much it is from current market price to my TP zone. 440 billion, 20%. So the equivalent move basically is still brewing here. So if you feel like what we've seen, well, since June, here, and you've missed it, well, now we're basically back within that same zone, brewing the same percentage move down. And this will then have wiped out about $1 trillion in the market cap. And this is where potentially we can start looking at this as a major range. And we've now reached the bottom of that range. But that still means Bitcoin needs to dump at least 20%. And remember, we have a bear moon too. Like how much more confluence we need here. So this isn't a boost of confidence for me. And the total really does look like it wants to bigly start breaking down at this current point. And I just am bringing this up because I was talking about this a lot. The reason I stopped is just because we're at the weekly SMA 200 now. But once that does get lost, nothing but air on total. Let me get this. It's looking like Sailor's pie chart with all the dots. Crazy.
That's not true because there was a lot of bottoms there that the moon showed up.
Yeah, if it was all just like at the tops, yeah, it'd be more realistic. So that's what I have here overall. Let me just see if I've hit on everything I wanted to talk about. And I do still believe like Forex is brewing something big here. Something big is coming. And that's just evident with Dixie, where the dollar versus yen is, literally putting in a ginormous setup here on the yen, testing major zones that always need intervention from Japan. Let's see if they get it, or if we do just start massively breaking out here. This has implications for a strong dollar. That has implications for weak risk. And even euro here is still looking quite weak even. So Forex is lined up. Oil is lined up. Bitcoin is still lined up. And even stocks, just put in a new high again, meaning all shorts are taken out still. Kind of leaves me to question if this is just a very straightforward, easy bear market where all the fluff is kind of gone now. The only way this starts hindering for me is if oil loses its weekly SMA 200 and Bitcoin starts reclaiming 69,200. That's when this will start becoming more of a bull market vibe for me. But until then, really pay attention to the trading alerts. I'm just now going to go back on and start updating and posting more trades because I do see a pretty beautiful market, honestly, going into July. It's pretty nice. Hopefully that doesn't change, knock on wood, but pretty nice stuff, honestly.
All right. Let's get started. So I actually, after a streak of multiple losses, I got one right. I bet on Argentina and Messi came through for us. Hell yeah. Eso.
That he did. He even scored a fourth one that was taken out like by nothing. That offside was by nothing. It wasn't a good game, but it was a good performance. Yesterday was good because we had Mbappe, him, and the guy from Norway like show up and score. Like those are the big guys, like the big guns. I'm glad we waited like what felt like 30 years for the World Cup to get interesting.
And even though that I picked the right team, I didn't pick the right order, so it didn't really make anything. But the guy who
you need to quit it, dude. You need to quit it.
I saw another guy who basically got the same bets as me, but he did them all together. I think you can like pick multiple things in a row, and his $100 bet was like 15K. And
yeah, he parlayed the three guys to score that I just mentioned.
And I only made $100, but he makes $15,000.
Motherfuckers.
But it's kind of fun when you get the right choice. It's not fun whenever they do the tie bullshit. All right. So daily is now starting to, or still flipped up on momentum on the daily. You are coming right to the moving average. This is where it would flip down if it does flip down, and you are putting in possibility of multiple tries of hidden bearish divergence here by taking out all of these previous highs on momentum or prices making a lower high. And currently, to confirm this divergence, you'll have to close below $65,300, 65,295 basically. And if you do close below that area, you're going to get a target down to somewhere around $62,000 basically for a little bounce, but that bounce is probably going to fail. And at that point, you're going to find yourself somewhere around $58,000, $59,000 to $58,000. But as of now, I am still watching this 38.2%, which is still over for now. You got about 9 hours left to go, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land, but you're still over it for now. And as long as you are closing over this area, I would look for 78.6 to eventually get hit, which is around $70,000. Start to lose this area, then you're going to come down to 62,000 and then 58,000. Daily Jewel still giving you a God mode buy signal. How much have we gone down so far from this? About 2.7, not really anything. 12 hours flip down, 12 hours putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence, taking out this previous low. But to confirm it, you're going to have to close over $66,770, which would also take you over this 38.2%. And then that gives you a move into 70,000. But for now, you do want to watch this median. If you do lose the median on a closing basis at 64,861, that's going to trigger the move down towards that $58,000 number. And 12 hours giving you a fresh sell signal here also. 8 hours also at the bottom, 38.2% with momentum flip down, putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence with volatility expanding. That level is at 64,730. And if you do close over this area, especially and also the 21, it would look for a retesting to somewhere around the median to the 55, which is around like 66,000. At that point, if you do reject 66,000 again, this is likely going to end up making its way down to about 62,000 for a little bounce and then 58. 4 hours currently also flip down. 4 hours putting in possibility of regular bullish divergence because you are making ever so slightly higher low here on momentum, where price is making a lower low. As of now, this is going to be a little difficult to confirm. You're going to have to close over 65,980, so about $66,000, and that'll also take you over to 38.2%, and that'll likely take you to $69,000. But as of now, any moves into 65.8 to 66,000 should be looked as a bearish retest. Any reclaims should be looked as nice busting action soon. Okie 2 days also still flipped up. 2 days getting a rejection from the median and the 9, but you're still holding over the 5, which is at 65,000. Once you lose that 65,000 number, that brings you into 62,000 and then 58,000. And you are currently putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence, which currently requires a close below 62,771 to confirm. And volatility is now at 0%, and the 2-day jewel is still giving you a buy signal. The 5-day is currently putting in bullish divergence because you are making a higher low momentum where price is making a lower low. This did confirm on this last close, and that took you towards the 5 EMA, which as of now you are getting a rejection from that 5 EMA. You got 2 days and 10 hours left to go. But that bullish divergence is going to be active as long as you're closing over $61,700 basically. And your next target on that divergence is going to be the 9, which is currently sitting at around $69,300. Weekly is also putting in possibility of bullish divergence with a higher long momentum, lower long price. This isn't confirmed just yet, but this will confirm with any close over 65,700 and what number is that? $748. So $65,750. And on confirmation, that gives you a move into somewhere around the 9 to the 5, which puts you around 68,500 to $69,000 or $78,000 basically. As of now, this isn't confirmed. This is just a possibility. Jeez. And 2 week is currently flipped down, putting in hidden bearish divergence. You are currently getting a move up, which after losing the 38.2%, that does give you a target to the bottom 38.2%. But I would be looking for a bearish retest of that 38.2% first. That puts you at about 68,500, 68,600, and then a move down to the 78.6%, which is right now at about 51,100. I do think this is going to come sooner rather than later at that 51,000 level. And 2-week Jewel is about to flip over into neutral, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. Monthly currently is also flipped up, but it's about to approach the edge of the bearish control zone, likely will reject in this region, with volatility going into contraction. And monthly Jewel still playing out the pink below yellow cross. As of now, we got 13 days left to go, about 2 weeks, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land once again. And you are still hovering below this 61.8%. And if you do close below the 61.8%, likely will end up breaking down towards the 78.6, which is right now at around $52,300. And this 100 EMA on the monthly is going to continue to rise with every single close, and eventually it's going to be at that $52,000 area. And if you know if this 100 EMA is where we bottomed out on FTX and also right here in COVID. The extreme moves like to go to this 100. It seems to be the optimal positioning for long-term entries at this 100 EMA. Can't go wrong buying the monthly 100 EMA, even if it goes slightly lower. Pretty much the optimal area. Like here, you went just a little bit lower. Let's see how much. Fuck, I hate this magnet sometimes. You went like 8% lower. 8% is not really that much considering you did like what, a 7x from here, 6x, 7x, not bad. And from here, if you were to say, let's be super like conservative and say the next cycle tops at $200,000, which is not even a 2x. Let's say $250,000, which is basically a 2x from 126. Not bad. That's like a 380% return. Pretty good right there. I can see why it wouldn't be enough for people trading $100 though. Then you got to find some shitcoin to make 1 million X on. 3-month is currently also rejecting the 5 and the 9, and you're below the 61.8% of the 3-month, with also bearish divergence still active. And closing below the 61.8% will bring you down to the 78.6, which right now is around 45,000, and this will update several times before you hit it. Let's go into Tether. Tether is currently flipped down as well, making a lower low on price as well as momentum. So there is no possibility of bullish divergence here. You are very close to putting in a local bottom, however, on Tether. This will confirm a local bottom with any close over 8.424%, and that will give you a move back into somewhere around 8.6%. As well, the same idea as Bitcoin, though, as long as you're closing below the 38.2%, should be looked as a bearish retest. But once you close back over this area, you're likely going to go to new all-time highs on Tether. Very, very likely going to go to new all-time highs on Tether. And you're close to getting a bearish cross here with the pink closer crossing below the yellow. But what is going to happen here is if you do get a close over this 38.2%, they are going to diverge, and you're going to get the opposite move, and you're going to get some busting action. $12 hours made it back into that 38.2%. Momentum is currently flipped up. It's lower low, so there's no bullish divergence here. And from here, you've also reclaimed the 12-hour 9, deactivate that long setup after closing over the 9. And from here, you would have probabilities of going towards somewhere around 8.7%, as long as you're closing over 8.4. Eight hours currently flipped up also. Volatility is at extreme lows, approaching 0, and 12-hour Joules or 8-hour Joules giving you a buy signal, very close to exiting the bearish control zone. Just want to see a closure over this 38.2% at 8.54%. And it's kind of just from a visual standpoint, kind of looks like what the kids call a bull flag. Elevators stair step down and then the elevator up. All right. 4 hour. 4 hours currently flipped up also. 4 hours putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence, although it's going to be a little difficult to confirm. As of now, you got to close below 8.310%, and then that gives you a move down to this 200 SMA at 8% flat. Okie dokie. Today is currently also right up against the median, with the momentum currently flipped down, putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence. If you do close over that median, that's going to take you to the 38.2%, which is about $9. And then at that point, you will confirm a local bottom on the 2-day, confirming the hidden bullish divergence, and then that takes you to new all-time highs. 5-day currently flipped up, also brushing up against the moving average. This would be where it would flip down, although flipping down would require a close below this 38.2%, which you are currently above at 8.38%. And if you do close over that 38.2%, you would have probabilities of going to new all-time highs right around 10.8%. You are currently putting in possibility of, actually, you do have confirmed bearish divergence. Interesting, because you do have a higher high here on momentum with a lower high on price, and you did get a local top confirmed right here. And your easy move from there is going to be the 9 EMA, which is right now at around 8.08%, right around that 8% flat zone. Interesting. Weekly currently has possibility of bearish divergence with a lower high on momentum, higher high on price. This is going to require a close below 8.383% to confirm. And if you do confirm, it gives you a move down to somewhere around 7.7%. 2-week currently above the median. You did close below the median on the last candle, but you did open above it on this current one, and that is at around 8.42%. And as long as you're closing over 8.42% on a 2-week basis, next stop is somewhere in the 10% zone, which is new all-time highs. And you're also putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence. You actually confirmed hidden bullish divergence. You confirmed it on this last close. And volatility is at almost 0%. And monthly is still very close to putting in a local bottom. This will confirm with any close over 7.864%. And then that's going to take you to the top 38.2%, which is currently at around 10.5%. And volatility is at extreme lows. Tether is also very close, reclaiming that bottom 38.2%. At 8.70%, and momentum is currently flipped up. And if it does reclaim that 38.2%, this is going to go to somewhere around 12%, which is the median currently. But this median is going to move. At that point, you will also have possibility for quarterly bearish divergence, because you're going to be making a closing higher high, and likely you're not going to take out this high on momentum. And then that's what's probably going to, once that confirms, that'll probably end your crypto bear market and start the next cycle. Let's look at RSI. Tether is putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence, taking out all of these previous lows on momentum, or price is still making a higher low. This will require a close over 8.424% to confirm, and then on confirmation, it gives you a move into the bullish control zone, which currently is at around 9.11%. Close to your all-time highs, with volatility close to giving you a double extreme. 12-hour has confirmed hidden bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 8.268%. So let's say 8.269, nice number. And then that brings you into somewhere around the simple moving average, the bearish control zone. It gives you a range between 8.55% and 8.65%. 8-hour also has hidden bullish divergence. Is going to target somewhere around 8.67%. 4 hours got bullish divergence, going to target 8.6%. Today's got a local top. You did come down towards it. Let's see if you hit it. Zoom in. Yeah, you basically hit the edge of the bullish control zone. That currently sits at 8.2%. Your low is at 8.19. So yeah, you did hit it. 3 days also got a local top. Didn't quite hit the bullish control zone just yet, but kind of front ran it. It's sitting at around 7.87%. Want to see this close. If you close below the 5, this is going to be a change of structure from all of this, which held the 5, and then you're probably going to see a move down to the 21 at 8% flat. close back over the 5, then you're probably just going to go straight to new all-time highs. 5 days got bearish divergence of multiple drives, whereas Bitcoin's got bullish divergence currently. We did confirm this on this last candle close, and this is going to be active as long as you're closing below 8.853%, and your next move on the bearish divergence is going to be the bullish control zone that is sitting at 8.28%, and then the next target after that is going to be the simple moving average and the neutral zone that's currently sitting around 7.5%, 7.2. 6 days about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of bearish divergence. This confirms today with any close below 8.540%. And that is going to give you a move down to somewhere around 7.6% on confirmation, with volatility currently expanding. This confirmation of this bearish divergence is kind of seeming like a formality at this point, because anywhere below 8.540%, then it will confirm. So only thing really stopping this from confirming today is going to be miraculous reclaim and busting action from here off of this 5 EMA. Not saying that's not possible, not impossible. Very, very possible actually. This 5 does seem to be where you get your bounces from. And you got your bounce from there, and then went a little bit lower to the 9, and then you guys some busting action. Weekly is confirmed hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 7% flat, and your next move is the bullish control zone, which you're entering now at 8.41%, and then the critical zone is sitting at 11.8%, very close to that 12% where we just saw. And weekly is currently expanding volatility, but we'll get to that on the momentum chart. 2-week has a local bottom confirmed. Next target is the simple moving average. That's just below 10% at 9.94. Nothing on the monthly, nothing on the quarterly, nothing there. Let's go into Bitcoin. Daily is putting in a local top. This is difficult to see. This will confirm with any close below $65,300. And if you do confirm a local top, you get a move down to $59,500 from there. $12 confirmed multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 66,440, and your next move is going to be to the simple moving average at $64,300. 8 hours also got hidden bearish divergence, going to give you a move towards about somewhere between 65,000 and 63,600. Four hours also got bearish divergence. You've hit the bearish control zone, which is the easy target. Next target is the critical zone. Sits at $59,300 with volatility now expanding. 2 hours got hidden bullish divergence of multiple drives. This will be active as long as you're closing over 64,732, and your next target is somewhere between the simple moving average and the bearish control zone. That puts you between 65.3 and 65.6. Two days got the local bottom here. You have hit the easy target, which is the simple moving average. Next target is the bearish control zone. Sits at $69,800. Three days got a local bottom. 5 day has confirmed bullish divergence, which you did confirm on this last close. This will be active as long as you're closing over $61,708. And your next target on that bullish divergence is going to be the neutral zone, which currently sits at 72,000. This will update in 2 days. And from this bullish divergence being confirmed, we went up about 9%. We'll find previous example of bullish divergence right here. He went up from that one. It was a lower high, but it was a move up of around 9.27%. Exactly how much we went up now, about 9%. Here's one here. This one went up about 6.5%. There's one here. About 18 to 22%. And we'll take one more. Oops. About 16%. So we've done that 9% move. So if we were to do 16 to 18%, that would take us to about $71,000. Okie dokie. 6 days also putting in a fresh drive of bullish divergence, whereas Tether is putting in bearish divergence. This confirms today, and this will confirm with any close over $64,390, and that will give you a move into the neutral zone, which is currently sitting at 71,300. Weekly still has active multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 80 or below $82,180, but you are forming a possible drive of bullish divergence here because you do have lower low on price, higher low on momentum, and this will confirm with any close over $65,749. And if that does confirm, it gives you a movement to somewhere around 72,000, which is going to update in about 4 days. 2-week currently has active bearish divergence. This is going to give you a target of the simple moving average, which currently is sitting at $50,800, just below $51,000. And the bearish control zone, which is going to be resistance, is sitting at $69,000. And you're very, very close to getting this silver cross to the downside. Maximum 2 more closes, and this is going to cross. On this next one, they're probably just going to be touching tips. And once you do get that cross, you're likely going to get a nasty dumpski associated with it. This is the first silver cross to the downside we've had since the last bear market in August of 2022. And this was, we got this silver cross during Luna, and then we got FTX after it. One thing I don't understand though is how there was more liquidations in October 10th than there was on FTX. I'm guessing more money in the market or something. I don't see how that was a worse event. And then he comes back to all of these events not really meaning anything, and they're just an excuse for why the price went down. Monthly is currently also putting in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below $72,400. And that is going to give you a move currently down to the 100 EMA, which is going to rise with every single close. Next month, right now it's around 48,500. Next month, it's likely going to be somewhere around that low $50,000 region, which lines up with our bearish divergence, which is targeting $50,800. Quarterly also has bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $114,000, and your next target is 63.2 on that bearish divergence. And quarterly, 6 month is also putting in 3 possible drives of bearish divergence. And if this does confirm, this gives you a move into somewhere around the 21, which right now is at 44,000. But this is going to continue to rise with every single close until you hit it. And you're probably not going to hit it for a couple of candles. Alrighty, now let's look at momentum. Oops, wrong one. There you go. Tether is currently flipped down on the daily, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 8.87%. And you are putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence, and this will confirm with momentum flipping up. 12 hours flipped up, also putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence, and this will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.17%. 8 hours also flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 8.23%. 4 hours also flipped up, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 8.28%. And 2 hours flipped up, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 8.4%, with volatility now expanding from below 15%. And hourly is flipped down, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 8.47%. Anything here? No. Two-day is currently flipped down with volatility contracting from extremes, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 8.85%. 5-day is currently flipped up, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 7.77%. And 5-day does currently have bearish divergences like it does on the RSI. Weekly is currently also flipped up with volatility expanding from 0%, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 7.43%. And weekly is currently putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence, taking out these previous lows on momentum or price made a higher low. 2-week is currently flipped up also freshly, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.4%. Still think it's going to go a little bit lower to tag that 5 EMA though. Considering how close we are to it, that's coming around that 8.0, basically 8% flat, and reconnecting with the 5 is perfectly healthy for continuation upwards. It's like the fastest moving average, not even coming down to the 9. 5 is just where it likes to come to on these trending moves. Let's to see which, like when it's going down, rejecting that 5, and then went on the way up. Bounce held that 5, continued upwards. All throughout this busting action moves, we were wicking to the 5 and continuing upwards. That it's not really that much lower. It's at like 8.03%. And this would also give a chance for volatility to come back down to extreme lows because you are currently contracting with price going down. And monthly very close to putting in that local top or local bottom, and this will confirm with any close over 7.864%, and you're going to flip back up on momentum with any close over 8.74%, and with monthly momentum flipping back up, that'll likely take you to new all-time highs. Very likely take you to new all-time highs. And quarterly flipped up with hidden bullish divergence, volatility expanding from the lowest point ever, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 5.78%. Daily on Bitcoin also currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 61,500 with volatility contracting but closer expansion. 12 hours currently flipped down with a derp of death, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $67,150. And you did get a 12-hour short setup activated by losing the 9, and as of this point, you are still rejecting that 9. This would kind of be a prime opportunity area for a short, and let's see if you can find a better stop loss. Yeah, somewhere around this high here. So your risk is from here like less than 2%, 1.7%, and you're looking at 62,000 onto the downside. That's like 4%. So much more than 2-to-1 odds right here. Pretty good short right here. Even if you're bullish on this thing and looking for $69,000, which I still am leaning towards $69,000, I would take this short. Because worst case scenario, you take a 1.6% loss, flip long there, and aim for 70,000, 60,000. And that would be from here a move up of 6%, 6.5%. Not bad. Either way, you've got a plan for what something to do. And momentum on the 4-hour is currently flipped down, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 66,100. Two hours also flipped down, but very close to flipping back up, and this will flip back up with any close over 65,050. 2 days currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 62,000. 5 days currently flipped down with volatility expanding, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing over 75,600 with bullish divergence currently possible. On the RSI, it's already confirmed. Weekly is currently flipped down with volatility expanding, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 78,400. 2-week is currently flipped up with volatility very close to expansion, and it will be flipped up as long as you're closing over 64,450. This is also one more metric, which makes me think we're going to come up to tag this 100 at that 68,000, 69,000 level. Oops. And monthly is currently firing off that volatility setup, with momentum confirming over 15%, and momentum is volatility confirming over 15%, and momentum is currently flipped down as long as you're closing below $70,600, and you're currently putting in possibility of slight possibility of hidden bullish divergence here, but this will require momentum to flip back up, which will invalidate the monthly volatility setup. But as of now, the monthly volatility setup does have a 100% hit rate of going in terms of going in the direction of momentum, which currently is flipped down, as long as you're closing below $70,600. And quarterly is flipped down with volatility at the lowest point ever, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $101,000, basically $100,900. So on the higher time frames, this is now shifting more towards that monthly volatility setup. But I do think that this next leg down is going to be somewhere around the final one, and then probably going to grind somewhere around that area, like we did it on the FTX lows, range somewhere between 16,000 and 18,000 for I think 2 months or something like that before it finally broke out. So I think from here we're probably going to range somewhere between 52,000 and, like, let's say 69,000 for the next couple of weeks. Very, very big range. That I think this move down to 54,000 to 58,000 probably will give us a big bounce. Very large bounce, maybe take us back to 69, 70,000, and then probably going to come down and retest those lows a couple of times, and from there, then probably put in your bear market bottom. But from now on the lower time frames, I do think still, as long as we're holding over that 64,000 level, I do think we're going to come down to 64,000 though. If we can hold 64,000, then next on that 5-day bullish divergence would be around $69,000 to $70,000. If you start to take out $64,000 on a daily closing basis, then probably going to come down to 62,000 for a little bounce, and then somewhere around 58,000. That 58,000 area probably will give you a big bounce. And then if you don't hit 52 to 54,000 on this leg down, I do think you're going to bounce it and sweep the 58,000 low to come down eventually to that 52,000. But if you go down directly to 52 to 54,000 without bouncing at 58, then that'll probably be your bottom, and then bounce for a couple of weeks and then retest it and see if we can break it to go down to the 40s. But as of now, that 100 EMA is also going to be lining up with that $50,000 area, which also is where you bottomed at on FTX and COVID. But as of now, I would watch on the low time frames for the daily momentum, which is still flipped up. As long as you're holding over $61,500, see a little bit of a move down, maybe to 64s, and then from there, if we do put in a strong bounce, then I'd be looking for 69,000 next. But as of now, still looking down for 64,000, and got to watch that 64 area to see if we get a bounce, because it's very, very possible, especially with the bear moon now, it'll just smash right through 64,000 and go to 62s, and then make a lower high, and then 58.
Thank you, señor. Thank you, señores. Appreciate it. Voy a hacer el sorteo de Bitunix en un segundo. Debería empezar con eso. No, voy a aclarar un par de cosas. Para Juli, que me imagino que es Julio, preguntas. Tengo la membresía para esto, para hablar contigo, pero cada que me meto al curso me pide que pague. Tío, todo esto, toda la biblioteca tiene los tabs aquí arriba. Solamente quiero asegurarme que esté ahí, sí. ¿Ok? Entonces, puedes aquí ver literalmente 140 horas de nosotros en todas las clases exclusivas con todos ustedes. 140 horas a la verga. O puedes picarle acá al curso en Zero a Trader. Aquí está en la librería. Todo esto está en la librería. Le puedes picar a todo y puedes ver literalmente todo lo que existe en esta cosa que hemos creado, ¿no? Entonces, para que lo tengan en cuenta, aquí está literalmente todo. Entonces, tu curso está aquí, en Zero a Trader. Preguntas frecuentes, que es como usar tus líneas memes, perdón que esté en inglés, pero está en español, obviamente. Solamente yo tengo mi browser en inglés. Cómo usar apalancamiento, cómo usar tu WWP, la volatilidad, y cómo también poner tus líneas memes, etcétera. Y aquí también va a venir lo de la RSI y otras cosillas pronto. Pero todo esto está aquí en Live Classes. Aquí está todo, ¿ok? Esa es la primera. La segunda pregunta era, ¿por qué el trade de Alex, no? En corto. Uno, yo les había dejado el trade desde acá antes. ¿Por qué Alex lo tomó desde 65? Porque puedes ver que esta es una zona muy importante para el precio que también la había puesto en mi tabla desde la semana pasada, porque ha funcionado como soporte y ha funcionado como resistencia en esta zona. Perdón, aquí, perfecto. ¿Ok? Lo puedes ver perfectamente cómo fue soporte, 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 todo esto, todo esto, todo esto, y solo lo rompiste una vez con un cierre, 2 cierres por debajo. Por eso, si estás viendo la tabla, todos se tratan de retesteos, ¿no? Si te perdiste esta entrada, y una vez más, yo les di estas entradas aquí arriba y me falló la última de 67 por $264, y no digo que me falló, o sea, subió $264 más, estarías promediando, depende de cómo lo hayas tomado, ¿no? Siempre les digo, esta es la entrada desesperada, esta es la entrada buena y esta es la entrada de lujo, ¿no? La de 67, 66 y 65. Pero si compraste todas, tu promedio era $66,000. Voy a asegurarme que esté poniendo la tabla. Sí. Tu promedio son $66,000. Bien. Ahora, ¿por qué vergas no me esperé yo a que cayera el precio y retesteara? Porque tienes mejores entradas y porque era el movimiento que se estaba dando y porque una vez que todo el mundo en análisis... Tienes que entender esto, mi hermano, mis hermanos de Cristo, todos ustedes. A los primeros que hacen caer en todo el mal análisis es a la gente que solo ve las noticias. Porque ellos no entienden fundamento, no entienden análisis técnico, no entienden nada. Solamente está escuchando lo que te dicen para que, según tú, te dé una ventaja, ¿ok? Es la primera. Segundo, la tabla va a funcionar, pero como ha evolucionado tanto, y esto es algo que tienen que aprender todos ustedes, la evolución de los mercados va de acuerdo a qué tan preparado esté el inversor, ¿ok? Y hay muchos más cabrones hoy que han aprendido a hacer análisis técnico que nunca en la historia. ¿Están de acuerdo conmigo? ¿Cuánta gente como yo no vende un puto curso de esto? ¿No? El pedo, y esto es lo que ustedes tienen que entender, y esto es lo que les he dicho 1,000,000 de veces, hay un punto donde la tabla te engaña. ¿Cuándo es ese punto? Cuando todos los analistas técnicos que no pueden salirse de solamente el análisis técnico y que lo siguen de pie a cabeza, y esto fue porque veo que Capo pone, vamos a subir a 69, etcétera. Yo les había dicho antes, y esto es por lo que tienes que crear un plan antes de invertir en todo lo que estás haciendo. Cuando venimos para acá abajo, ¿cuál es el siguiente nivel? Esta línea en 65,700. Ese es el siguiente nivel. ¿Y cuál era el que sigue? El de acá, en 69. Entonces, aquí yo dije, la primera cosa que yo esperaría es que haya un rechazo y que no nos tire tan abajo. Y que este rechazo que no nos tire tan abajo nos lleve para arriba. Ahora, ¿por qué? Porque tienes este nivel importantísimo, que desde que caíste acá y lo rompiste no lo ha retesteado. Y una vez más, esto fue soporte en toda esta zona. Solamente hablando técnicamente, ¿no? Entonces, ¿cómo engañan a todos los traders? Cuando la tabla, momentum, RSI, todo apunta para arriba y todos los güeyes que hacen análisis técnico se quedan solamente en él. Y yo sé que esto es confuso para todos ustedes, pero una vez más, no les puedo enseñar experiencias de vida. Como al güey que les dije, ¿no? En el en vivo del lunes, que cada que lo engañaban de que le iban a dar más dinero para su empresa, y caía en cada una de ellas y caía 10 años después en ello, no te puedo enseñar cómo vas a aprender a que no te estén engañando. Para mí es sencillo, la gente no aprende ni vergas, y cuando la gente que no aprende ni vergas todo está de acuerdo, es donde no vamos a llegar acá. Por eso yo no lo dudé y aquí tenía mi corto puesto para todos ustedes. Y les dije, para mí el movimiento a la baja, 64,500, tíos. Ahí es donde probablemente te quieras salir. ¿Por qué? Y esto es algo que también tienen que entender, que yo estoy completamente aware, que soy consciente de. Muchas veces cuando tomo estos cortos, me pierdo parte del movimiento a la baja, ¿no? Pero me cuesta mucho trabajo pensar, viendo técnicamente esto, y esto tienen que tomarlo por lo que es, ¿no? Análisis técnico, estos güeyes son mejor. Alex y Farhan son unos dioses comparados con lo que yo sé. Yo solamente estoy siguiendo un poco todo mi playbook y mi playbook tiene más armas. ¿Ok? No es mejor, no es peor, es diferente. Entonces, Cuando yo había visto, va a venir este movimiento y les dije, desde que estábamos aquí, tíos, vienes a 65 para rechazar poquito, después ir a los 69 y ahí te van a llevar a tu fondo. ¿Ok? Te voy a prometer esto. Si esto no toca fondo aquí, ¿no? Si esto agarra y se sigue para abajo, bien. Si no te llevas esta zona, ¿no? En total, y vienes a rebotar, cuando llegues a los 69, 70, 71, te juro que todo el mundo, todos los analistas técnicos te van a decir, Nel, güey, vamos a ir al S&P 200. Todos te van a decir, vamos a los 72 o mínimo 74. Van a todos cambiar sus objetivos. Porque, ¿qué pasa? Una vez que el precio llega rápido a donde estaban pensando, dicen, no, tengo que ver mi siguiente objetivo para arriba. Porque así funciona esta chingadera. ¿Ok? Entonces, ¿cómo vergas dijo Alex que esto es un rechazo bajista? Porque es un rechazo bajista. ¿Y qué es en lo que apuestan los traders? Tú no estás, ¿qué es la diferencia a lo que yo hago? Yo estoy viendo a dónde puede ir el movimiento exagerado y dónde nos puede engañar a todos, ¿no? Que es esta zona. ¿Ellos qué están viendo? La parte más fácil, tío. Cuando pierdes la zona que se supone es la zona que te iba a aguantar en 65,700, la pierdes junto con el promedio del 5 en la de 12 horas. Y luego, una vez que la pierdes, vienes a retestearla. Eso es un retesteo bajista. ¿Ok? No hay más. No hay más. Es un retesteo bajista. ¿Qué tanto puede llegar a bajar? Ahí es donde no sé. Por eso ustedes saben, a mí me encanta llevarme mis ganancias en putiza. No me gusta quedarme ahí para el movimiento grande, etcétera. A menos de que haya visto el movimiento grande. Para mí el movimiento grande ocurre acá, donde les había contado y había puesto esto la semana pasada, fue el viernes pasado. Ahí es donde todo ¿Y por qué hago esto? Porque psicológicamente entiendo perfectamente la gente que no aprende nada, que no tiene un plan, va a caer en todo esto. Porque una vez que te muevan para acá arriba, después de tener esta línea ascendente tan agresiva, si es que continúa siendo así de agresiva como les estoy contando, si esto continúa aquí, cabrón, ¿qué es lo que va a ver todo el mundo en esta tabla? Güey, ve la fuerza que tiene esto, cabrón. No mames, vamos mínimo a 72 y aquí te rechaza para llevarte a 55. Una vez que estés aquí, toda la gente con mente de TikTok, de mermelada, que se le olvida todo, ya se volvió súper bajista. Todos los que aquí fueron los más alcistas del planeta, aquí se volvieron los bajistas más grandes de todos. Y aquí te vas para arriba y de lado. Ahora, esta parte del análisis no te la puedo enseñar. No puedo. Se los explico diario y es imposible de entender. Una vez más, ¿por qué? Porque como a mi ex socio le decía, güey, te están viendo la cara de pendejo ofreciendo, te estás buscando $1 millón y te están ofreciendo 100. No seas idiota, güey. Este güey lo que quiere es pichar el proyecto. No, güey, tenemos que ver las posibilidades. Ok, 10 años después, güey, estás buscando $500 million y este cabrón te quiere dar $25 millones. Por favor, entiende que es una pendejada. No, güey, tenemos que ver todas las posibilidades. No te puedo explicar esto. O lo entiendes o no lo entiendes. Punto. No hay más. ¿Ok? Sencillo. Y una vez más, voy a decir esto solamente para acabar esto rápido. Si esta zona aguanta, acá, lo que vas a estar viendo es fácil. En la de 12 horas tienes tu promedio del 9, aquí en los 65, 184. Ya tienes tu promedio del 21 acá. Aquí lo que puedes estar haciendo es un SFP, pero básicamente a la baja. ¿A qué me refiero? Que esto cierre tal cual y continúe. Y estás en la zona perfecta para saber qué es lo que va a pasar. La vela de 12 horas que está cerrando ahorita, que va a cerrar con la diaria el día de hoy, te va a decir, si cierras por debajo de tu promedio del 21 y del 9, vas para abajo. Si cierras por encima, tal cual como lo estás haciendo ahorita, de estos, vas para arriba. Es tu trade diario. Ahorita les voy a enseñar más y les voy a poner más cosas enfrente. Pero ese es tu trade diario. Y te lo digo una vez más. Una vez que llegues aquí, todo el mundo va a estar volteando a ver al EMA 100. Tal vez lo toques, tal vez no. Entonces, aquí es donde tienes que pensar cómo vas a meterte, ¿no? Y la otra, ya que llegues aquí, todo el mundo y su abuela va a decir que vamos al SMA 200 otra vez instantáneamente. A mi gusto, no lo vas a tocar, porque es la psicología de la mente de pescado. Al güey que se le olvida todo diario. No tienes un plan, tío, te van a violar todo el camino para arriba y para abajo si no entiendes estos movimientos. ¿Y por qué es importante entenderlos? Aunque te equivoques con tu plan, lo que te puedes estar equivocando es en el movimiento, en el timing del movimiento. Yo les di primer movimiento a esta zona de 67. ¿De acuerdo? Les dije, de aquí yo no veo este movimiento como el fuerte que baje, yo lo veo en 64,500 por ahí quedándose, ¿no? Y de aquí veo que nos van a llevar a esta zona para de ahí llevarnos a los 62. Si aguantan los 62, y aquí es donde ya aquí empiezo a preguntarme diferentes cosas. ¿Por qué? Porque estamos cerca del 24 de junio. Y ahorita voy a comentar en eso. Pero voy a solamente continuar esto. Si aguanta esta zona y rebotas, probablemente te dé un rebotito aquí abajo primero, para después bajarte otra vez, para después subirte otra vez, ¿ok? Te empieza a hacer eso. ¿Por qué? Porque va a intentar sacar a todo el mundo con lo que sigue. Aguantando los 62, dependiendo de cuál sea el sentimiento de todo el mundo, va a hacer pensar a todo el mundo que que ya tocamos fondo y que no va a haber más fondo. Y eso para mí va a ser la confirmación que efectivamente todavía nos queda un movimiento más a la baja. ¿Ok? Mi reacción va de acuerdo al sentimiento después del análisis técnico. Esa es mi reacción. Importante entenderlo, ¿ok? Importante entenderlo. El trade diario está muy fácil. Otra vez, 12 horas por debajo del promedio del 9 y el 21, vas para abajo, por arriba, con esta vela que sigue, ¿eh? Porque si cierras por debajo, tienes 2 cierres consecutivos y tienes mucha más probabilidad de venir a estos 62,700. Si cierras por encima del promedio del 9, que es básicamente eso, tienes más probabilidad de continuar a la alza. Punto. No hay de otra. Y hoy es obviamente día de noticias donde justifican todas las pendejadas que quieras, ¿no? Que es por eso, la gente no entiende que no existe. La gente no cree que el mercado es completamente manipulado por esto, porque les cuentan noticias que les permiten mover el mercado y hacerlos ver la tabla que está apuntando para abajo, para arriba. Y digan, no, es que técnicamente se podía ir así. No. Está completamente manipulado. Y lo más bonito de todo esto es que la manipulación llega entendiendo que es donde toda la gente está parada en. Y ya, es todo. Voy rápido a regalar esta lana. Voy a darle una refrescada, no me vaya a pendejear. $3,000. También para otras personas que se están uniendo con nuestro enlace a esto, que dicen, güey, no me llevó a esta página. No, no hay ninguna página a la que te va a llevar, mi estimado hermano de Cristo. Literalmente, una vez que te registras con nuestro enlace directo, solamente te registras y ya. No te lleva una página de concurso, no te lleva nada de eso. ¿Ok? Voy a sacar entonces al ganador de los $1,500 del día de hoy. Vamos a ver si funciona esta chingadera. Y claro que sí, ahí lo tienen. Ahora sí que ya no voy a decir lo de las tetas, son bitcoiners, todos ustedes están haciendo lo mismo, chupando las tetas más grandes que encontraron. Discúlpenme si hay mujeres en el chat. Simplemente es parte del entretenimiento que damos de baja integridad en este canal. ubi@gmail.com se lleva esos $1,500 en futuros de USDT para tradearlos. Felicidades, mi estimado o estimada. Vamos con el segundo por estos $1,000 Vamos a ver cómo nos va, damas y caballeros, suerte. Espero que no gane la misma persona los tres, porque de nuevo, no hay tantas personas en estos torneos, aunque no lo en estos draws, aunque no lo crean. Porque no es como que somos un banco y están tradeando miles de personas diario en este pedo. Vamos a ver quién es la segunda. Rui, me parece que habías ganado en la pasada, ¿no? No estoy completamente seguro, pero me parece que habías ganado en la pasada. Felicidades por estos $1,000. Si no, pues felicidades por estos 1,000, pero si sí, qué chingón. Y vámonos con la última. Por acá. Es más, ahorita voy a checar en el primer round si es que ganó o me lo estoy imaginando. Vamos a ver quién se va a llevar esos $500 en futuros de USDT para poder tradearlos deliciosamente y sin riesgo alguno. Rui, ¿ven? Doble. Creen que estoy mamando, pero hay muy poca gente que cumple con los requisitos para entrar a estos torneos. Te llevaste, güey, acá, Ubi te llevaste 1,500, Rui te llevaste 1,500. Felicidades, carnales. Y acá fue Cho, JT, Cho, oh, verga, güey, Cho se llevó una lana, 2,500. Cha. Y Rui también ganó acá 500, $2,000 esta semana para Rui. Felicidades, mi estimado. Para que vean. ¿Creen que estoy mamando solamente para invitarlos a traer? Nel, güey. Es muy poca la gente que está haciendo esto. Así que felicidades, estimados. Vientos. Vamos a seguir para adelante con el análisis de los bitcoins en putiza. Si no saben dónde está el link de Bitunix, échense para atrás en los videos. Si no lo están viendo, damas y caballeros, no están viendo todos los videos, todo el video, no voy a estar de secretaria uno a uno, discúlpenme, con todo el cariño del mundo. No voy a regresar a todas las cosas que nadie se perdió en todo, está en todo el video, todo el principio, etc. Bien, Bitcoin. Vamos a analizarlo un poco. Quiero que entendamos esto y esto una vez más. Este es el fondo de diciembre. Borré lo del fondo local y todo ese pedo. No. 24 de junio es donde estamos esperando el bajón local, el que sigue, ¿no? Estamos a 17 de junio. ¿Por qué lo estamos esperando? Porque estamos comparando este ciclo. Los voy a llevar rápidamente a mi índice. Puta madre, como novato, Alejandro. Los voy a llevar a mi índice de los Bitcoin. Este ciclo se parece un chingo, pero un chingo, y lo voy a poner en la semanal, al del 2018. Este mero, este merito. ¿Ok? Y hemos estado siguiendo todas las bajadas, todas las trepadas, todas las subidas, con un margen de error de máximo 5 días, para adelante o para atrás. Y el último bajón que nos había dado esto localmente fue la semana del 24 de junio, que fue esta de acá. Lo tengo que tener en la diaria para tenerlo, para enseñárselos, pero ahí fue ese último bajón que nos había dado. Y es lo que estamos esperando en este momento, ¿no? Tiene que darse, güey, pero es lo que creemos. Además de que el S&P 200 en ese ciclo aguantó. Algo que quiero que vean, y es más, ¿saben qué? Voy a ir a otra tabla de Bitcoin. ¿Cuál era la que había tomado antes? ¿La de Kraken? Usa la de Kraken, como de que no. Para que lo vean. En el ciclo pasado, y solamente voy a poner el precio para que lo tengan aquí. En el ciclo pasado, en el 2022, tuviste la bolsa y todo cayendo al mismo tiempo y te llevó por debajo del S&P 200. Ahorita, sí, la mitad de la bolsa y la economía está en la absoluta mierda, está en una mucha peor situación que la del 2022, todo eso. Completamente de acuerdo. Pero la bolsa no. Los índices y las cosas más importantes. Y en el 2018 estábamos más como ahorita. Y el 2018 no tocaste este fondo acá. Bueno, tocaste el S&P 200, que es la línea hasta abajo acá, y no caíste. Eso para mí es la tesis que estamos siguiendo en este momento. Más allá de eso, todo el mundo está esperando una corrección del mismo tamaño que la del 2022, que fue una corrección de 77% a la baja. ¿Ok? El problema es que no están viendo esto. De el primer subidón al bajón de mitad de año, y aquí el nuestro es el equivalente de los aranceles, 55%. ¿Ok? 55%. Para nosotros, el subidón acá al bajón de medio año, 32%. Este Bitcoin es mucho más fuerte que este Bitcoin. 2026 es mucho más fuerte que este Bitcoin. Entonces, para mí, simplemente se trata de idear un plan. Por esto tengo un plan, ¿ok? Y ahora puede estar mi plan mal, pero mínimo me va a dar buenas entradas, no importa lo que pase. Porque hay mucha gente que está pensando, ¿sabes qué? Mi plan es de los 40,000, ¿no? Esta es la gente optimista. De los 40 a los 50,000 es donde yo voy a comprar. Cuando llegue aquí, que te dé un bajón de máximo, ellos están interesados en comprar en 40,000. De 67%. Nada mal, bien hecho. ¿No? Hay gente que está pensando en comprar en los 38 o 35, ¿no? Que sería un bajón más o menos a esta zona. Y hay la gente como Andrew Tate que va a comprar en $20,000, aquí abajo, ¿no? Vientos. Todos ustedes, qué chingón. Yo simplemente creo que vamos, o ya fondeamos aquí. Y ahora, ¿qué es lo que me gusta ver de Bitcoin? Personalmente no creo que hayamos fondeado. Todavía tengo una porción buena de mi portafolio para meterle. Pero si ya fondeamos y nos vamos para arriba, estoy muy contento con cuánto coloqué. ¿Ok? Pero esto, ¿cómo entonces lo mido? Sencillo. Si fondeamos aquí, y en realidad yo le metí más abajo. A mi línea de acá, que estoy contando, mi fondo va a ser, ponte tú, en los 50,000. Y una vez más, ¿cómo lo voy a encontrar? Con el sentimiento, como lo encontré aquí. Con el sentimiento y entendiendo y que no voy a dejar que la tabla me haga pendejo. Si Bitcoin llega a caer de aquí a los 50, ¿no? ¿Cuánto sería un 8%? Mi promedio por Bitcoin serían $50,000. 55. No es por Bitcoin porque no estoy metiendo en Bitcoin, pero en todas las acciones asociadas con Bitcoin. ¿Ok? Y si esta chingadera llega a caer a 40, güey, qué chingón. Una vez más, de todas maneras, tengo más dinero para poder colocar, pero eso vamos a contar que no. No, llega a caer a 40. Se queda aquí un rato y después la bolsa sube. Voy a estar mega triste porque me metí en 55 en él, güey. Me da igual. Estoy contento, vaya a chingar a su madre el mundo. Si llega a caer a los 38, ¿no? Pues, güey, qué mal pedo. Me falló un poco más el fondo. Si Andrew Tate tiene razón, a la verga voy a dejar de hacer trading porque, pues, güey, no puede ser que un experto en geopolítica como Andrew Tate me vaya a ganar en trading también. No mames, a la verga. ¿No? Ahí ya es donde dices, verga, qué equivocado estaba, güey. No tengo ni puta idea de lo que estoy haciendo. Ya, voy a dejarme de estas mamadas. Pero si ustedes han seguido todo lo que he estado haciendo, hemos encontrado el tope, hemos encontrado el tope, hemos encontrado el tope y también en todas las inversiones de más, tope y fondos, ¿no? Muy cerca. No tenemos que comprar exactamente el fondo ni vender exactamente el tope, pero muy cerca. Y ese es mi objetivo. No estoy buscando ser una leyenda, simplemente promediar bien en todas las acciones que estoy buscando. Ahora, algo que debemos mantener en mente es, este es el ciclo de cripto. Este es el ciclo de las empresas de cripto que van a ayudar al sistema financiero americano a colocar dólares en todos lados y deuda. Es el sistema en el que estoy apostando. ¿Podemos tener un mercado bajista de acciones el próximo año, 2 años y ver a cripto subir? Sí. ¿Por qué? Cripto está ya muy castigado. Lleva un rato donde Ethereum, Solana ya están en la mierda, donde Strategy está en la mierda, ¿no? Literalmente desde noviembre del 2024. Lleva casi 2 años en la mierda y sigue haciendo bajos más bajos y fondos. O sea, ya llevas un rato acá y a todo el mundo le dijeron, métete en AI. Si te metes en un Discord de Web3, todo el mundo ya está construyendo en cloud y ya dejaron de comprar y a todo el mundo ya se los abrocharon porque dijeron que el fondo estaba en 120 y tantos. Los vi a todos cometer todos los mismos putos errores de siempre y ahora todos están muy tristes porque esto continúa siendo un mercado bajista y todo el mundo se fue a la IA. Hoy esto está vacío. Web3 altcoins, meme coins, la gente que gritaba, dame más meme coins, ya está diciendo, no me des más meme coins, necesitamos cosas serias. Ya está vacío este pedo. Si veo el movimiento que les estoy contando en Bitcoin, ¿no? Y vemos que esta chingadera nos lleva de lado. Y por ahí de septiembre, octubre empieza a pompear y empieza a pompear y empieza a pompear, todo va de acuerdo al plan. Si ahorita se voltea esto y se va para arriba, ahí es donde yo esperaría vender un doble techo. Pero si nos da el tiempo de aquí a septiembre, puede ser, y yo sé que agosto está muy cerca, pero el pompazo de agosto no sería fuerte. Pero ya el pompazo, algo rico que nos vuelva a traer por acá, a los 82, esté por ahí de septiembre, octubre, estaría perfecto. Estaría perfecto. Es lo que yo esperaría. ¿Por qué? Porque tal cual como el oro tiene mercados bajistas que duran un chingo, ¿cuánto tiempo has estado en esta zona, tío? ¿Qué es donde estás? Desde el 2021. 2021. Esos son 5 años. Una tabla que lo describe mucho mejor, Ethereum. Desde el 2021 estás donde el precio de Ethereum está. 5 años. Este tipo de super consolidaciones resultan en movimientos gigantescos, tío. Esta consolidación de acá fue del 2017 al 2020, solamente 3 años. Imagínate 5 años de consolidación. Es lo que estás viendo en todo cripto. Bueno, en las importantes. 5 años de estar en la misma región, donde pudiste haber comprado en el 2021 como yo, en los 70,000, porque yo no compré solo el tope, yo pagué más. En los 70,000 y seguirías en el mismo lugar. Es más, hasta con unas pérdidas ahorita. ¿No? Eso es una super consolidación. Por ejemplo, el oro. Y en el oro lo voy a poner en la mensual porque es más grande esto. Pero el oro, tíos, desde el 2011 que tocó acá, tomó 9 años en regresar acá a su alto, ¿no? Véanlo, ponte tú, al revés. Y una vez que estás acá del 2020 al 2023, consolidando en la misma zona, y de ahí, pito, 11 años. Y ahora, tienen que entender que esta madre se mueve súper lento en comparación con cripto. Súper lento. Cripto ya tiene la mitad de esto hecho. No estoy diciendo que este año se vaya a la luna, pero si cripto toma otros 2 años en irse a la luna, ya son 7 años. Y es por eso que me interesa esto a mí. Es por eso. Y simplemente tengo un plan para poder no perderme la subida, para que no me saquen, me da igual, ¿no? Es en lo que creo. Y ahora me equivoco y la chingada, pues ya, güey, ¿qué voy a hacer? ¿No? Soy un pendejo como siempre y ya, punto. Pero por ahora, estamos en una tendencia bajista. Algo que me encanta estas tendencias bajistas, tíos, es antes de subir, bajamos en cripto. Y esto ya se cumplió acá. Por eso tengo que decir, no puedo descartar que que hayamos visto el fondo acá. Podemos irnos de lado por un rato, como siempre lo hacemos, hasta que toque el subidón, don. Aquí, el 1 de enero del 2027, lo tengo marcado porque es cuando empieza QE. ¿No? Que es lo que empezó en marzo del 2023, aquí, donde ya te había salido del fondo, ya había superado los mínimos, vienes a la zona, retesteas, pum, para arriba, pum, para arriba. Es lo que yo estaría esperando. Esto. Ya David Sachs y todo el gobierno le dijeron a todo el mundo, güey, salte de cripto, vete a la IA. Perfecto. Todo el mundo acá ya metiéndose en la IA. No, es que ya, güey, la neta, mucho mejor estar haciendo los IPOs, Anthropic y todo esto. Vientos. Vientos. De eso se trata este pedo. Por ahora, Bitcoin está en una tendencia bajista, ¿no? completamente en la mensual, con un setup de volatilidad a la baja y con RSI pendiente podría tener una divergencia alcista, pero no la voy a contar. Ahorita está en bajista y todo apuntando para abajo. En la de 2 semanas estás en una tendencia bajista, estás a punto de tener un cruce plateado a la baja, pero atentos. Este cruce plateado que se puede dar en la de 2 semanas y va a cerrar esta semana, nos daría un retesteo del promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 ahorita está en 73. Esa oportunidad del retesteo para irte para abajo está en 73. Y eso iría más o menos con lo que les estoy diciendo, de que nos quedemos por donde estamos, vayamos a 69, 70, 71, y ahí rechace y nos vayamos para abajo. Eso podría dar esa continuación. Ahí te tiran la mala noticia, güey, es el fin del mundo, cripto se va a ir a la verga, todo el mundo va a empezar a ponerte objetivos de 40, 35 mil dólares otra vez, y ese fue el fondo. Esa sería la idea. Semanal, habías tenido esta volatilidad expandiendo con la caída, pero ahora se está yendo simplemente de lado con, una posibilidad de divergencia alcista aquí. Una vez, el pedo es, tienes que superar los 74 mil dólares. Entonces va a estar cabrón, pero ahí está esa posibilidad. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes el RSI más abajo acá en este bajón que en este, y este bajón fue más bajo en el precio. Y tu confirmación es el último alto, que es este. Así que no te lo va a dar probablemente para que lo tengas en mente, pero... no es cierto. El último alto local, qué pendejo soy, entre esto y esto es esto, son los 82, entonces imposible en mi opinión, pero bueno, ¿no? Hay gente que dice que nada es imposible, así que váyanlos a seguir. Una cosa que les he marcado y que les he dicho, voy a quitar estas líneas de acá, que son mis entraditas, es esta. ¿Quieres adelantarte al ciclo? Tienes que poner esto con esto aquí. Así. Esta línea. Donde tienes rechazo, 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 rechazo. No, ningún cierre por encima de. Una vez que rompas esta línea de aquí para arriba, ya estás en posibilidades de buscar nuevos máximos históricos. Va a ser la métrica más sencilla de poder seguir. Antes de eso sigues en caída. Y ahorita simplemente estamos ante el S&P 200. Te tiene que dar, antes de subir, yo creo que tienes que ver algo así. Todo esto pasó en un día, que fue cuando Trump dijo, ¿les gusta su Bitcoin? ¿Les gusta? Y la chingadera hasta se fue de 62 a 49 en un puto día. O 2 días. ¿Qué fue? Me veo. No. De 65, no estoy buscando los 62, padre. Fue aquí, 1, 2, 3 días que se lo cargó la verga. Después de que Trump les preguntó si les gustaba su Bitcoin y se estaban divirtiendo con él. Ahorita en la diaria, tuviste el RSI en el punto más bajo que ha visto en años. Años. Y esto también puede darte un poco de pensamiento de que tal vez hayas visto el fondo acá. Una vez más, Bitcoin baja más antes de subir y es lo importante. Y ahorita simplemente estamos esperando el trade del día, ¿no? El trade diario lo vas a guiar con la de 12 horas. La de 12 horas, estás por encima ahorita del 9 y el 21. Si cierras por encima del 9 y el 21, vas a venir a los 69 mil dólares y todo el mundo va a pensar que se va a ir a los 80. Ahí es donde va a ser el siguiente corto. Si cierras por debajo del promedio del 9 y el 21 el día de hoy, debajo de los 65 mil del promedio del 12, del promedio del 21 en las de 12 horas, el retesteo bajista es lo que le vas a hacer corto y te va a llevar a los 63 o hasta los 62. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Pues vamos a darle entonces para adelante con esta chingadera. Juaco, estás preguntando, Juan Cao, estás preguntando que si es el promedio del 9 y el 21, si es un EMA o SMA. Cabrón, métete a ver el curso Te voy a contestar rápido. Son EMAs. Pero métete a ver el curso o, tío, va a estar de la verga esto. No te va a salir la mitad de las cosas. Vale. Vamos a empezar. Vamos a empezar. Literalmente el curso hay una sección que es ¿qué son los EMAs? Y ahí te enseñamos cuáles usamos exactamente. Por eso sé que no lo has visto, tío. Petróleo para un trade. Oil for a trade, please. And then circle for a trade.
Perfect. I'm gonna get that going, and let's go to oil. Nice. So we're at that point of decision now. Luckily, we have been patient since that $86, $87 region was lost. Let me delete this now, and that's taking us directly to our next target, which was right at that daily SMA 200. You have two scenarios here for a trade. You're either going to wait for the daily SMA 200 to become lost. That's a trigger on a short, and you're targeting back to around $66. You'll get a gap fill at that point. You'll be right where the previous breakout in March was, and you'll be testing that $66 meme line. A pretty big meme line you've actually seen hold quite a lot right in that $66 region on the daily. Going even into the weekly, you've seen it pretty nicely as well. $66 is a big spot. Seen big moves off of it, big moves once you've lost it. Or you have another option as a bull. You're waiting just for the SMA 200 to become tapped. Almost today, we almost hit that. And you're just basically looking for that to keep holding. Any move into the SMA 200 is an opportunity. And once you get back above $76 is when you're just simply going to add, because that's when you're going to start really making a move towards the daily EMA 100. That's sitting at $86. So there's no short trigger above an SMA 200, and the closer you get to it, the better it becomes to long, because we know that the weekly is really holding the trade right now. The weekly has made a very violent move down. Even if you're the most bullish bull, you're understanding this is some kind of lower low break. At minimum, you should get some kind of lower high that either then just takes out all these highs and puts it back in an uptrend, or you do end up moving back to around the $86, $87 region and then rejecting. Regardless, that still means there's money within this range. A lower high could be 16% mean reversion before dumping. And yeah, that still means that even once you reach that 86, 87, you as a trader can TP that zone. Once you get a reclaim, that's the trigger to go long at 112. That worked perfectly for ETA in April, where we did take that trade all the way from 86 to 112. So for here, now you're scaling longs. You're just simply watching for this zone to hold. Like I mentioned before when we were looking at oil, the stop loss here is a little harder. You'd have to be really just having the $69 stop loss if you're really longing into 73s to 76. But on the daily, this is where the daily will be your friend. You don't need a stop loss all the way down here if you know that the SMA 200 is becoming lost. So once you lose this for 2 to 3 days, why would you hold the trade if this most likely will result into a stop loss, which is, currently kind of wide. It's about 4%. But the reward here is about 18%. So the risk to reward is there. If you're looking to trade oil, you have to manage this trade a little better. But understand that 69 is your stop loss, your entry is 73 to 74, your ad zone's on a $76 reclaim, and you're targeting simply right into 86 to 87, where that fully will be your TP zone, because this is where a big cluster of moving averages are, but also, where the big potential lower high spot is based on the weekly EMA 9. But until you lose that 73, this is not in a short zone, this is in a long zone. And any moves down to 73 need to be looked at as an opportunity. So today, actually, if you're on ETA, we have a short exactly based on this idea I talked about. And remember, you don't need to take an entire stop loss if you start losing SMA 200. Even in one daily candle closure, you can just cut the trade and wait for a reclaim, if anything. But still, oil's in a very good spot to be looking for a long. And I don't really just believe we're just about to massively top on oil, and that was it. The straight up who must changes anything with energy being expensive. And even the monthly, higher high, higher low. Let's take off all the drawings here. This just looks like a typical trend shift, higher low before the spring up. So watch very carefully where we're at. The weekly, the monthly, the daily, they're all telling a story. And even here, look at the monthly SMA 200. I didn't even notice that. Crazy. So kind of nice. It's all in the same region. So no short trade on oil. You're watching $73.50 to $74 to start longing. You're adding on a reclaim of 76. This is an add zone, or this can be a trigger in itself. If you don't want to long into here, you just wait for the trigger here. And this should be a pretty immediate resulting trade. 2 to 3 closures above 76 will slingshot you at minimum back to 83.60. And at that point, why wouldn't you retest 87 to 86? And that'll be a big spot. This was a big range here. This is the 86 to 112. Now we're playing with the 73s to 86. Perfectly okay. Possibly just a new range forming. And we're now at the extremity low. Only way to really change that is breaking $76 and losing daily SMA 200. If you want an easy short, look at every time we've lost daily SMA 200. Been a good spot to be shorting. Not above it. So that's just kind of what we're going to keep holding as true and watching very carefully. But like I said, if you're on ETI, I just posted a new US oil long, actually. So thank you.
Just to add a little bit more confluence to your bullshit, sir.
Please.
RSI is at the lowest level it's been since it fucking went all the way up here. It's even lower than when oil was at, one second, $56.
Ooh, and we're just at that we're at a big spot. It's all correlating monthly, weekly, dailies. I don't think it's wise to just be shorting before you lose a minimum and estimate 200 on daily. Yeah. Once you lose that, okay, that's like, yeah, weekly's going to turn bad then. We can at least have an indication on a short. Till then, I just believe we're in a long zone now. And we've been waiting for weekly estimate 200 for a long time. And now we're here. So this isn't my chance to get bearish on oil now. I'm looking for longs here, actually.
But they told me it was going to go down. Like the U.S. government is telling me. So why would they lie to me? That makes no sense.
And that's my big confusing factor, because I just know that Trump and the government wants me to make money. So that's just where I have to really maybe double check myself. I don't know. I know I want to make money. I can't.
and we got to remember that this quote unquote deal requires our greatest ally to withdraw from Lebanon. If that doesn't happen, there's no deal.
Sir, none of that is real. All right, let's not analyze any of that. They're just giving you an out so they can be like, oh no. And then all the people, by the way, the people that claim taco trade, do you know what the taco trade is from Trump?
Trump always chickens out.
Yeah. These people that analyze geopolitical events, because they're geniuses, they're like, yeah, Trump's chickening out. Yeah, idiot. You're not being fucking completely lied to from one way to the other. And you're not a complete retard that falls for all of it. No, it's Trump chickening out. Yeah. It's like, you want to know who's a retard? Anyone that talks about the taco trade. That's a retard. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Yeah, Trump's chickening out. Yeah. Oh, man, he was telling you what to do to make money. And then, he had to chicken out because, he got so scared. Or it's just that he wanted to fuck you out of all of your money. But what do I know, right? I'm just not retarded. Well, I am, but not as retarded as you, if you believe in the taco trade.
I didn't know what it was until we talked about it here.
Unbelievable, dude. Like, these are adults that have like diplomas. It's crazy.
Pretty
crazy.
Put their tie on, put their best suit on, put their shoes on in their house, and
they put their nice little important shoes on. They get ready, and then they go to their computer to trade. Yeah,
Yep.
Trump's telling me this is going to really work out. Oh, no, Taco, he chickened out again. It's the only explanation why I lost all my money, not because I'm a retard. No. Well, I'm going to wait until the government tells me another truth. The best, can I just say something else? Can I just bring up again one more thing?
Please.
Thank you. All the Bitcoiners. Yeah, dude, I'm buying Bitcoin to stay out of the system. Mr. System, can you please buy our Bitcoin? Please, Mr. System, can you adopt the Bitcoin standard? Then the same retards. Yeah, the politicians. Guys, you're never going to believe this. We've been raping kids left and right, and it's all on a list. You got to give us the list. We're going to give you the list. All right, give us the list. Here's the list, completely censored. I can't believe the government didn't give me the full list of the people they said that they were going to give me. That no one ever fucking figured it out until they brought it up. Well, I don't trust the government anymore. Guys, we're going to tell you about aliens. Oh my God, I can't wait for the government to tell me about the aliens. Like, that's the taco trade for you without calling it a taco trade. That's how stupid everyone is. But by the way, congratulations to everyone that falls for this and he's like 40 years old. Like I got, dude, there's people that are 50, 60 years old that fall for this and think this is true. Like you boys are so far ahead of everyone in life.
Yeah,
There's-
nice.
All right.
That's the nice part.
There's people with professional. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's like what you're saying. Yeah, just professional adults literally thinking this way, and here we are, just seeing a different side. Young, it's absurd to me, honestly. And like even like Sailor and the billionaires buying quotation mark billionaires, like the tops, and just how stupid the market is. Yeah, it really does make you feel confident just knowing what you know. Being like,
There's people with professional jobs at Goldman Sachs trading desks posting about how SanDisk is the most overbought stock in the history because the RSI has hit 99.
And these people are making so much money off their job, by the way, by losing people's money.
I posted an example of the S&P on Twitter, quote tweeting that, saying, here's when it went overbought, here's when it stopped being overbought, and it was 41% higher than when it originally went for overbought.
Yeah, dude. And by the way, if they're telling you on Twitter about it, Twitter is promoting it because you're seeing it, then that means the opposite will happen, right? Because you're not a fucking retard and understand. You're not the person that went and looked at the tweet from 2000. Hang on a second. Let me just put it in front of all of you so that one more time we can just remember this. We can just remember this. Let me look this up. PayPal. Here we are. Where is this? Okay. Here we go. Now, this tweet had 318,000 morons that believed it, right? PayPal was at $60. When was this? Let me see. June 15th, 2024. Where's June 16th, 2024? June, July, 2024. January, February, March, April, May, June, July. Here, right here, at $60, right here. PayPal's at 47 2 years later. Oh, sorry. Right here. This is when they told you on Twitter, PayPal's so cheap. Here you are on PayPal. Fucking incredible. What about Nike? Didn't fucking what's his face? Hang on a second. Wasn't the gay guy from Apple? Tim Cook.
Oh yeah, people started saying Tim Cook must know something because he bought millions of dollars of Nike. Tim Cook's a billionaire.
He bought $1 million. 1 million worth of, and by the way, no one's caring to check this, right? This is just a tweet. Can I just say that to begin with? Like, did you go on chain and did you look at the fact that Tim Cook posted that? Like, no, right? You just saw it on Twitter. So Tim Cook bought bought Nike. Let's see how Nike's doing. Oh, still down here. Crazy. Hang on. Still down here. But hey, don't worry about it. Tim Cook bought it. Like, are you... It's unbelievable. And this is serious people like that believe these things. Fucking Jesus Christ. But you know what? At least I know that the world's fine because it's full of comedy. That's all I got for you.
It's the equivalent of, for Tim Cook, like them going to Taco Bell and deciding to get an extra burrito.
Yeah, dude. At its finest. Like, get the fuck out of here. Either way. All right. So Alex just did US oil. What was next? 1 second. Circle for you, Mr. Farhano, and then Netflix for investment. So that's for you, nice. Alex. Investing in Netflix. All right. Am I on the right screen right here? Yes. Petróleo. Lo habíamos dicho una vez más en la última clase. Aquí está la línea meme para el long. Aquí estaba la segunda entrada para el long. Siempre y cuando no cierres por debajo del SMI 200 diario, no te sales. Hubieras colocado aquí en los 74. Estás muy cerca todavía en 75. ¿Por qué suena a que esta es una buena zona de agregar? Lo único que esperas es no cerrar debajo del SMI 200. Si cierras debajo del SMI 200, la idea sería convertirte en bajista en el petróleo y cuando venga a retestear el SMI 200, hacerle un corto. No antes, ¿no? Hasta ahorita esto sigue siendo más alcista. Ahora, si volteas a ver tu RSI en el petróleo, este es el punto más bajo en el que ha estado, ¿no? El petróleo en la diaria desde aquí. ¿Cuándo fue esto? Vamos a ver el precio del petróleo ese día. Aquí. Cabrón. El peso del petróleo ese día estaba en $55. Y ahorita estás aquí arriba. Antes de eso, estando aquí mismo, aquí abajo en 55, hiciste con el RSI un bajo más alto. Eso quiere decir que estás literalmente en extremos y que tienes una muy buena probabilidad de encontrar un rebotazo. Entonces, por ende, tu trade del petróleo es aquí en long, esperas que no cierres ningún cierre diario por debajo del SMI 200 y de aquí te vas a querer aguantar el long, ¿a dónde? Básicamente hasta acá, que es donde están todos tus EMAs juntos en los $86. El 21, el 9 y el 5. ¿Ok? Continúas en una tendencia alcista. Simplemente está haciendo sus gatadas que siempre hace. Hasta que no te lleves el EMA, el SMI 200 a la baja, esto continúa, tío. Continuamos, ¿no? Es lo que sería. Recuerda, el petróleo sí le gusta bajar antes de subir. Entonces, para que lo tengas en mente, y una vez más, pierdas el SMI 200, el retesteo del mismo es para abajo. Ahí lo tienes. All right, Mr. Farhano, we're ready for your bullshit, which is circle for a trade.
All right. Time to start my bullshit. I've got the best bullshit. Believe me, the best bullshit. Today, we got momentum now starting to flip back down on the 2-day. We are taking out these previous high while price is putting in a lower high, giving you hidden bearish divergence. And you got silver cross to the downside. And let's see, volatility is now freshly going into expansion as well, with momentum flipping down. And this is going to confirm the hidden bearish divergence with any close below $78.71. And if you do confirm it, that gives you a target down to filling this gap somewhere around like $64, $60 to $64. Also, we'll tap the 100% range on the HPDR. Let's go into the daily. Daily is now about to get a retest of the 9 EMA. Let's zoom out here with momentum on the daily flipped up. Daily is also putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence with volatility almost back to extreme lows. So basically the idea here, with the 2-day giving you that possibility of bearish divergence, your hidden bearish divergence, you're tapping the 5 EMA on the 2-day here with the silver cross to the downside, plus you're getting approaching the 9 here. I would say the more immediate trade, right, or the more actionable immediate trade here would be a short right around this 9 EMA at about $84, $83.80, and put your stop loss and see which one is. This high is 87.30 and this high is 87.38. So I put it at this one since it's slightly higher than this one. This is like $87.40, but that stop, and then be targeting at a minimum somewhere around $74 for TP1, and then about $65 for the next one. So that is a risk of 4% versus 10% or 11% to the first TP, and then $65. That is about 22%. Not bad. Let's go a little lower and see if we can corroborate that. 12 hours also is currently flipped up, putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence, also about to get a retest of the 9 EMA. 4 hours currently flipped down, about to retest the moving average with volatility at extreme lows, and 4 hours now above the 9. So you want to see where this 4 hour closes. If it does close above the 9, probably you can get a retest somewhere around $85 to $86, and that would come very close to hitting that stop, and it would give you the more or a better entry, basically, with a tighter stop loss. As long as you are below $87.40, I do think this is going to go lower on a close. Actually, even if you wick above it, probably going to come up and test somewhere around $94. Let's go into the RSI. So cool. Alright. Is this a higher low? No, it is indeed a lower low. It's a higher low from this one, though, so there's some bullish divergence between these 2 points, but you do need to get a close over $87.30 to confirm it. Daily has fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $83.37. Yeah, $83.37. And your next target on the divergence is a simple moving average. It's $79. And then the critical zone is at 58. It's kind of lining up with the idea of the short at the 12-hour 9 and the daily 9. 12-hour also has hidden bearish divergence, going to target $79 and then 58. 4 hours putting in a fresh drive of bullish divergence. This will close with it, confirm with any close over 81.85, and then that gives you a move into somewhere around like $84, $85. Let's look at momentum. Circle. Apparently, Circle's USDC is now the only stablecoin allowable in Europe, because I think they had delisted it.
That'd be nice.
2-day is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 82.77. So let's say 82.80. Daily is currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over $79. And 4 hours currently flipped up with volatility at extreme lows as long as you're closing above 78.02. So the idea right now is wait for price to get to somewhere around that daily 9, 12-hour 9, around like $85, $85, and that would be your short opportunity, and you put your stop at 87.40, very, very, very tight stop, and you'd be aiming, so this frees you up to use higher leverage, and then you could aim for your TP1 at that $75 zone, and then your TP2 would be somewhere around $60 to $65. That would be the more actionable short-term trade, I see.
Perfecto. Thank you, señor. Much appreciated. Estás viendo Circle, que viene, lo voy a poner rápido en la de 2 semanas para que lo veamos en putiza, que viene a la baja. Y ahora, me gusta porque esto viene acompañado de buenas noticias de Circle, ¿no? Que acaban de prohibir, y justamente lo dijo Farhan ahorita, Tether en Europa y solamente Circle puede ser usado. Normalmente cuando vas a subir te dan malas noticias, ¿no? Un poco lo que estamos viendo con Lucid, de que ahorita todo el mundo está renunciando. No, los están despidiendo porque son una bola de pendejos a todos con el nuevo CEO. Entonces, eso fue para mí una buena noticia en Lucid y me acabo de dar cuenta que está arriba 7.7%. Nada mal, solamente hoy. Viendo Circle, ¿no? Voy a quitar estas. Creo que no tienen sentido por ahora, solamente en precio. Esta es una tendencia bajista, estás en puntos de FOMO por acá, creaste este alto con este alto más alto, pero en el RSI fue más bajo, sobre todo en la semanal, es donde puedes ver esa divergencia. Dame un segundito. Acá puedes ver este alto que es más alto en el RSI y el segundo alto que es más alto, es más bajo en el RSI. Confirmación de la misma con la vela topera por debajo de 105, cerraste por debajo de 105 y te llevó para abajo. Básicamente ya estás ahí, ¿no? Ya te llevó ahí, bien. Estás en una tendencia bajista, no hay duda alguna. Aunque te hayas llevado este máximo, este alto, hiciste un alto más, hiciste bajos más bajos acá que acá. Entonces puedes decir que rompiste mínimo esta tendencia alcista local. ¿Qué es lo que sigue? Puedes ver que tienes tu promedio del 5 al 9 justamente por acá, dándose la vuelta junto con el 21, demostrando debilidad. Vamos rápido a la diaria. Y en la diaria ves tu SMA 200, le hiciste un SFP al SMA 200, vienes de este punto acá del promedio del 9, donde tuviste este rechazo de esta vela topera con instantáneo seguimiento de la misma, aunque te haya dado altos más bajos más altos. Esto puede ser simplemente continuación de esta tendencia, solamente se está yendo de lado. ¿Qué es lo que esperarías? Con un cruce plateado a la baja en la diaria, retesteo del 9, pues es zona de corto y el promedio del 9 en este momento está en 83.86, ¿no? Cualquier movimiento a la zona del promedio del 9 hasta los 85, buena zona para entrar en un corto y usar tu alto de acá, este de acá, como un stop para salirte si es que sube. Y de ahí, eso quiere decir que estás entrando en los 80, digamos 84 promedio, o si quieres hacerlo lo más conservador posible, en los 83, ¿no? En los 83, que es donde está el promedio del 9. Aquí, al tope una eliminación de básicamente casi 4% es lo que perderías. Y a la baja, tu primera zona de take profit estaría aquí en los 75, que es un 8. No, espérame, lo estoy midiendo mal. Es del promedio del 9 que estarías entrando. Sería casi un 10% de ganancia a tu primera zona de take profit y tu segunda zona de take profit son los 65, aquí abajo, un 23%. Nada mal para un día honesto de trabajo viendo una tabla, ¿no? Pero sí tiene ya esta divergencia bajista jugando, buenas noticias, y saben que a mí no me gustan las buenas noticias en algo que estoy esperando ver subir. Me gustan las malas, ¿no? No es que Coinbase está teniendo el deal de no sé qué vergas. El fondo del fondo, esa mamada. Ok, vamos con la que sigue, que es Netflix. Vamos a ver la Netflix, a ver qué tal para invertir.
Yeah, how bearish. Is Netflix the new Nike? No, I'm just kidding. But it is. Yeah, it is. It is looking bad. And it is a little annoying because we actually had shorts at 97. I was really looking in May to get the date of monthly 9, and it just never filled. Went to like 94, so missed by a few dull hairs. But the idea was right, and Netflix was always looking bearish, especially after April. Now, where do I invest in this, right? Because the thing with Netflix is for the last, I mean, almost a year now, yeah, basically a year, it's just been absolute decimation for investors and also bulls. Now, you do see that into July, you're going to enter into a sell trigger. And that's quite unfortunate, actually, for Netflix bulls, because that means that everything that you've seen so far has just brought you up to the sell trigger. And even into the beginning of 2026 in February, you had a massive green dildo. It's almost like really bulls were just trying to avoid this sell trigger. And now going into July, potentially in 13 days, you are going to confirm that. And that's actually going to give you a target down to $58, basically $59. It actually reminds me of what occurred in 2022, where we had a massive red dildo leading to the monthly sell trigger. We're then going into 2022 February. So it was the beginning of February or beginning of 2022. start of February, when you then start rejecting the monthly 34, that took you directly towards your monthly EMA 100. Now, obviously, that didn't hold. You had a capitulation like candle here, making the lows in that low $17, $16 region. So where to invest? I would be actually very keen on waiting for this chart to come to you. There's absolutely no reason to be FOMO buying this, FOMO investing this, or feeling like you're going to miss out at all. This looks like it's in a macro downtrend currently. And as we just saw in 2022, these can have, Netflix can have very violent reactions to the downside. I would be watching very carefully the monthly EMA 100. I do think that's going to be the next area of interest going into July, August. And I would be watching that to be some kind of bottom indicator if Netflix begins to hold that. And that would make sense. 59.27 is a big spot for Netflix. You can see when you make these busting action moves, does it hold the throwback? If it doesn't, there's your next leg down. Here, busting action move, but no throwback. And here you actually had a very nice bull market. All we're going now in for is the monthly throwback. That's what it looks like to me. So I'd be watching very carefully the $59, $60 region. Nothing on the bi-monthly, rather than just lower. You're losing bi-monthly 21 does mean you're going to go to the 34. It absolutely means that can start coming down towards that $60 and maybe even leave a wick potentially. We've seen some pretty big wicks on Netflix on the bi-monthly. There was a 7.5% wick. How far is it from my spot? It's quite a big wick. Let's see what this would be. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, no, I still stand on that. Still could do that though. Leave like a big wick if it wanted to result into massive bullish momentum. And then quarterly gives you confidence of this being the spot. $58 to $59 needs to hold, or Netflix will start looking doomed, and $42 to possibly even $23 will be next. So I do think really investing on Netflix isn't here. You're just now letting the chart honestly make its lower low. It's very close now, honestly, on the quarterly. Really take the $75 price out here. You just made a lower low. I do believe July, August could give you 58 to 59 on Netflix. I stand on what I mentioned. That's going to be your big throwback spot. If you just view, let's just say, not this, but the meme lines, and this could just be, a nice breakdown currently, but all this was a breakout, and we're just getting the retest. If we end up coming all the way down and consolidating here, would at the end of the day this actually look like bad price action? No, this would actually look good. You're just flipping these highs into support for the first time ever in a bear market, so it's just drawn out. But as long as you are above that $59, $60 region, Netflix will result to move back to around 118 to 116 over time, of course. But I do believe that this will be the best spot to invest. You don't need to use a quarterly. I'm just only mentioning higher time frame because that is closing in 13 days. Just stick to a monthly. As long as the monthly EMA 100 is holding, that's going to be your kind of buy zone for your investments. Let's see if we get any kind of other confluence with that. So we have weekly SMA 200s, maybe bi-weekly. Yeah, bi-weekly SMA 200 can kind of be your key here. If you're using the monthly, use the bi-weekly as well. Any bi-weekly closure under SMA 200 will mean the monthly is going to close bad. That has implications for a bad quarterly, assuming in like 13 days or whenever the quarterly is closing. And yeah, 13 days. Well, remembered that good. It closes under like $59, $60. I personally don't think it's going to do that in 1 month. Never say never, though, with something like Netflix. It's honestly volatile, surprisingly. Like, look at this weekly. This was 24% down, leading to another 36% in 1 week. Yeah, Netflix is like a shitcoin almost, but it's not a shitcoin, obviously, because it has fundamentals if you believe in that kind of stuff. So yeah, watch $58 to $59. That's a big spot. Monthly EMA 100 with your bi-weekly SMA 200. think you're muted. I think.
Yeah, I was muted. Thank you. Perfect. Crazy how it like held this line right here for so long since 2023. Just it went parabolic and then just came down. Perfect fucking retest of it, and then fuck you all.
No, really. Honestly. And
It's one of those
I'm
clean charts.
salty about the May trade because I wish we caught that short.
I know.
Whatever though, idea was right, and so now I just have to stand on. Okay, well we're getting the big move down. Now I have to watch that monthly 100 at least.
Damn, Netflix going fucking complete shit. All right. All right. All right. Una corrección promedio en Netflix. Cuando estamos hablando de invertir, porque la pregunta es para invertir en Netflix, una corrección promedio es de 23%, una corrección gigante es de 72%, que son las más grandes que se han dado en toda la historia de Netflix, ¿ok? En este momento, la corrección que has visto de este tope aquí abajo es 44%. Te pone más o menos en la mitad de estas dos, que es bastante bueno, honestamente. Ahora, si vas a invertir en Netflix, tienes que entender esta industria. Y yo viniendo de Hollywood les digo esto, estos servicios de hacer películas y la verga no tienen sentido alguno yéndose para adelante con todo el varo que se están gastando y el poco dinero que pueden recolectar, pero y la cantidad de competidores que ya tienen, porque no es Netflix. El pedo de Netflix es que este es su negocio, ¿no? ¿Lo entiendes? Netflix hace dinero cuando hacen películas, se gastan una fortuna haciendo eso y la gente se suscribe a sus planes. Pero ahora tienes Apple, que es un regalo a sus clientes, o Amazon, que pues sí, les interesaría hacer varo, güey, pero para Amazon, que gana 720 mil millones de dólares al año, le vale verga gastarse 2 mil millones de dólares creando peliculitas pendejas para su gente. Entonces aquí es donde a mí no me queda claro, pero quieres invertir en Netflix, cada quien, ¿no? Hace su vida un papalote y lo vuela donde quiera, mi estimado. Y te estás preguntando dónde debería. Esta tabla ha funcionado y ha literalmente hecho maravillas técnicas desde esta línea meme que empezó en octubre del 2023. Ha estado en una parábola a la alza tremenda. Una vez que la rompió acá en diciembre del 2025. Ahora, Netflix lleva desde junio del 2025 en bajada, lleva un año completo. Cayó al promedio del 100, rebotaste a retestear la zona de breakdown. Una vez más, por eso me encantan los retesteos, son mis favoritos de todos. Y con este retesteo de acá, te fuiste al coño, no al caño, al coño, que es un lugar muy especial para Netflix. Ahora, tienes un cero posible de volatilidad acá en la de 2 semanas, con esto expandiendo desde el promedio del 100. Bajista, ¿no? Dirías, después de este alto, bajo, un alto más bajo, y esto te podría llevar para abajo. La pregunta aquí es, ¿qué tan duro quieres meterte en Netflix, no? Yo había sugerido antes acá en los 60, con tal vez 48 siendo el fondo, y esto sería una corrección gigante. Sería una corrección de el tope aquí de 63%, a los 60 de 56%, y una vez más has llegado a estar 44% abajo. Tal vez los 68 sean buenas, un 50%, pero de acuerdo a lo que estamos viendo, si ponemos la trimestral, para no llevarnos nada, la trimestral nos está dando el retesteo bajista, perdiendo el promedio del 9, promedio del 21 está acá y el 34 está acá. Ahora, en la última bajada caíste hasta el 55. Si quieres ser conservador, el 34 que está en 58, ponte tus $60 ahorita y que va a continuar bajando, digo, subiendo. Podría ser tu primera entrada acá. Segunda entrada la puedes hacer, ¿dónde habíamos dicho esto? En los 60. 55 podría ser tu siguiente entrada. Acá. Y quieres lucirte y tener una entrada de esas, si fuera de lo grande que se ha caído Netflix antes, sería una corrección grande de acá, como el 72%, acá en los $36. Vamos a ver la mensual. En la mensual nunca has tocado el promedio del S&P 200, pero sí has perdido el EMA 100. Yo imaginaría que no tiene tanta fuerza esta caída como la del 2021-22. ¿Por qué? Económicamente hablando, estamos en la mierda comparado con esto. No sé cómo describirlo, pero la bolsa por alguna razón no está reflejándolo. Y una vez más, no es por alguna razón, en realidad no tiene nada que ver con la economía. Entonces, si tiene menos, y esto es lo que yo siempre hago, si veo que tendría menos fuerza, digo más fuerza que tuvo en el 2022, yo esperaría que el promedio del 100 sea el the last dance. Entonces, puede ser un atascado y meterle donde estás, después en los 68 y después en los 60. Puedes esperarte a los 68 y después a los 60. O puedes meterle acá en los, si crees que va a caer más, 60, los 50 y acá abajo en los 36. Hay varias sopas. Tú escoges qué sabor quieres. Tristemente, la mensual tiene un setup de volatilidad que se está dando a la baja también. La de 2 semanas te lo está a punto de pintar. También acá, la semanal. ¿Sabes qué? Déjame veo una cosa rápido en la de 2 semanas. No, la semanal ya lo tiene pintadísimo. Vas al S&P 200. Empezaría yo a comprar en el S&P 200, en los 70. Ahora, esto es lo que quiero ver. Sí, tiene camino para abajo, ¿eh? En la semanal puedes tranquilamente venir acá a los 70 o más abajo. 2 semanas, puta. 70, 60, 50. Yo haría eso. 70, 60, 50. Pero cada quien, ¿no? Depende tu risk profile, tu apetito por esto, porque sabes algo que yo no y va a subir de la nada porque acaban de comprar los derechos de no sé qué vergas, ¿no? Que puede ser. Y me imagino que esto está sobreextendido. No, vas para abajo. Y fuerte con esta mamada. ¿Sí? Pues ahí está. Una vez más, todos los analistas técnicos te van a dar los mismos puntos. La cosa sería ver cuándo te dan malas noticias de que Netflix va a quebrar. O algo malo le va a pasar a Netflix. Ahí es cuando quieres comprar. Pero ahora yo no sigo noticias de Netflix, no tengo ni idea, ¿no? De qué. Pero yo no compraría aquí arriba. Yo me esperaría mínimo a los 68. De ahí a los 60 planos y de ahí a los 50 planos. Abajo de eso se me hace ya una mamada, pero todo es posible. Todo es posible, ¿no? Y ahí lo tienes, mi estimado. Vamos a ver. ¿Qué sigue después de Netflix? Un segundo. For Mr. Farjano is BNB coin for a trade. And for you, Alex, would be Palantir for a trade.
Good stuff.
Not to be confused with Airbnb. Fuck me. Ah, damn it.
Sometimes I love Airbnb and sometimes I hate them.
I hate them as a whole. I just fucking hate them. It's ridiculous that it's so expensive and you need to fucking be the maid. When at a hotel you have like people wiping your ass. Obviously, the problem is how expensive hotels are because people need to take a picture in nice hotels and upload it to Instagram so that people know that they're doing great, even though they're going into great amount of debt. But hey, listen, worth it.
In Guatemala, we paid a $500 cleaning fee, and then they left us a 1-star review because we left some trash out.
Holy shit. See what I'm saying? No, I don't think so. Especially in fucking Guatemala. Fuck that. Not to talk down on Guatemala, of course, but fuck that. I'm just kidding.
I'm not cleaning shit if I pay $500 in cleaning fees.
Dude, if I go to Guatemala, I ain't cleaning shit. No, I just...
It would be an improvement. No offense, Guatemalans.
Oh, no. I know they can take a joke. And if not, fuck you. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry. All right, go on, sir.
So on BNB, you are getting a rejection of the 21 and 9, and you're getting a move down now towards 38.2% at $595, with momentum currently flipped up. So at this $595 area, the only thing I could really see is maybe along in this region with your stop loss right here. And this would be a more of a mean reversion long. You're just looking for the median to get tapped again. And if this were to get taken out, then you're likely going to be this low, and you're probably going to come towards 78.6% at $534. The fact that momentum is up right now, this time you're probably going to get a little bit of a bounce at this 38.2%. Not necessarily going to be a reversal, but mean reversion type of bounce. Daily is currently flipped down, very close to flipping back up. Actually, did ever so slightly flip back up, moving back over the moving average, with volatility now going into expansion from extreme lows. And daily is now pushing up against the 9. Currently, it is rejecting the 9. Got about 7 hours left to go. If you were to close back over that 9, that's what's likely going to give you that bounce. Uber Eats messaging them, leave it at the door. Any divergence? No. 4 hour. 4 hours currently flipped up. 4 hours putting in bullish divergence with a higher low on momentum, lower low on price. This is going to require a close over $612.50 to confirm. And as of now, you are very close to getting this up across the downside, and you are rejecting the cross. Doesn't make it look like you are going to go down from here. That's that 590s. Just look at the RSI. Maybe we'll slip ski this code 0. Alright. Daily's got a local bottom. Yeah, you came very close to tapping the neutral zone. Neutral zone is currently at about $650. Daily currently also has bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $617.87, and your next target on the divergence is going to be the bearish control zone at $580, and you have resistance at the neutral zone at 620. And 2 hours got some hidden bullish divergence. This is going to target about 660.
I mean, BNB doesn't look bad in general.
That's one of the good shit points. That and Tron, they've been steadily making a nice structure.
Yeah, even in 2022, it just went a little. On 2023, actually, went a little below the EMA 100 on the 2-week, and right now it's like touching it.
And just a respectable uptrend macro.
Yes, sir.
And also, this is just up. One of the unknown, unspoken heroes of crypto, Justin Sun. Not very unspoken, but his shit just goes up. Usually, shitcoins are inverted like this. Alrighty, let's go back. Alright, daily on BNB is currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over $576. 4 hours currently flipped down, but it is very close to flipping back up, and it will flip back up if you close over $605. Go back, and today is also freshly up, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over $594. So the idea basically here would be longing at that bottom 38.2% for that mean reversion bounce. Your stop loss would be this previous low here at $596, which is $595, so slightly below there, and you'd be aiming for $620 and $650 from there. For a little bit of a mean reversion, not necessarily a reversal, but it could turn into a reversal. But you're not aiming for that here. You're just aiming for that catching that bounce from that 38.2%.
Sorry, they just called me to inform me that my car had a pretty big oil leak. The brand new fucking car that I got, as they would like put it up on the thing to change the exhaust. So I gotta send back the fucking car to the manufacturer, of course, right? Because fuck me, right? Fuck me.
Damn, it's a trans car. It thinks it's an Alfa Romeo.
I'm sorry, what was the trade? I literally had that call at the end.
Long at this bottom 38.2%, around 590 to $600, with the stop loss at 595, and then TP at 620 and 650.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, sir. Una cosa que quiero decir de BNB. Dios, qué bien se ve esta pinche tabla, ¿eh? Tengo que decirlo. En la de 2 semanas, si pueden ver, en el 2023, cuando tocó su fondillo, bueno, en realidad no, el fondo lo hizo primero acá en junio del 2022 y luego simplemente hizo un bajo más alto y trepó. Interesante. Pero aquí, en su peor momento, bajó del promedio del 100 en la de 2 semanas. Ahorita estás en contra de él. Otra cosa más que agregar a confluencia, que las altcoins probablemente no tengan la debilidad que tenga Bitcoin, o tal vez que también, no nada más eso, que Bitcoin haya tocado fondo. Pero no estamos aquí para especular, brother. O sea, brother, deja de intentar adivinar el futuro. Ok, perdón. Estamos viendo un trade bastante bueno por acá en la de harina, que es la diaria, por si no entienden las estupideces que decimos los mexicanos. Güey, no incluyas a todos los mexicanos. Sé más inclusivo, pero no nos incluyas. Bueno, voy a... La idea de este potente trade sería... Espérenme, es en la de 2 días. Aquí. En la de 2 días estás a punto de llegar a la parte baja de la zona azul, aquí en los 596. Aquí meter tu primera entrada, ¿no? En los 596 y simplemente salirte si ves que se lleva este mínimo de acá en los 580. Y eso sería una entradinsky con una eliminación de 2.4%. Ahora puedes rifarte y ser más huevudo y esperarte a ver si toca el 50% acá en los 586, pero tiene cara de que quiere pompear esta chingadera, brother. Quiere pompear. ¿Por qué no más abajo? ¿No? Dirían muchos de ustedes. Tal vez 590 para usar los 586. 590 sería tu máximo extremo. Entonces, tal vez dividirlo un poco en eso. Entonces, dámelo, tío. Sí, entre 596 y 590 la entrada y salirte debajo de 586, si lo llegas a ver. Sería la idea macabra, brother. ¿No? Ah, no, sería 580, la verga, hasta acá abajo. Perdón, no sé por qué estoy diciendo 500. Ah, porque es el 50% de los 586. Pero aquí se ve bien. BNB también, si eres de la gente que quiere acumular estas pinches criptos de cagada. No, no es cierto. No se ve mal, honestamente. Nada mal. Qué locura. ¿Quién sabe por qué? Pero también, una vez más, BNB se mueve diferente a todo lo demás, ¿eh? ¿Quién sabe por qué? Pero pues ahí lo tienen. Vamos con Palantir. Un trade de Palantir.
Nice. Yeah, for Palantir, it's pretty straightforward. Like, we're just kind of in this channel, this consolidation. You had a false breakout back within the range. I'm looking now for just this breakdown to occur, and it actually finds some kind of base around 121 to 118. I am looking at that as kind of like the bottoming zone, if you will, before going all the way back up into the 149s to 150s. You can see this was the last big spot where price ended up finding a wick low here before price ended up going all the way from the 118s up to around 190. Now, with the weekly EMA 100 there, I just have to respect that before anything. This has really just made bottoms on Palantir, and I'm a simple trader, and that's kind of what I'm looking for. Near a bottom, had the breakdown, it's already gone down a lot. Wick high to wick low, like 40%. So, I'm looking at that as kind of a good spot to be at least trading. Here, though, you should be looking for maybe a short for a Palantir trade. Like I mentioned, I'm looking for that breakdown. If you end up catching a short here, watch for the 138 to 136 zone. So you've already hit 130, basically 136. You're seeing a slight rejection. If we come up a little bit more, I'd actually be looking at 138 to be kind of an easy place to short on the weekly. That should give you kind of like a bearish retest before ideally getting the rollover. Now, the only place for the weekly to have your stop is at this high at 163. I don't really recommend that. So let's kind of see if we see anything else, maybe on a daily. So there's your 138 short right at the daily 34. You can have a stop loss at 142. So it could look like entry at 138 to 136, stop loss at 142, and you're just simply targeting back down to around 125 to 118. Like 10 to 14% gain there. And remember, the idea is I do believe Palantir is going to be grinding out a bottom here soon. I do think it's going to be starting on just that weekly EM at 100. And so I'd be really watching carefully this scenario if you're shorting this. I do believe there's money in the short. And if you're looking for a trade, I would be shorting Palantir here. This just looks like typical like false breakout before the breakdown. It's going to be a false move, and then you're just going to get the real move up. But that still means that you can catch a pretty nice short here, in total like 13, 12%. But then I will be fully out of shorts once Palantir hits that 120s to 118. And you will basically be looking for longs up. At minimum, this will be a lower low. This could make any kind of lower high into 148, 156, really as long as it stays under June 1st, or June's wick high at 163.70. As long as you stand under this high, you can form any kind of lower high. Now here I have the bottom scenario. In order for this to bottom, you'll need essentially 161 to 160.50 to get reclaimed. If that does, you basically reclaim 160. That could start giving Palantir a lift off towards 190, where you might even get a gap fill there. So overall, in summary, I'm looking for a short. That short should fill a long. I'm looking for 136 to 138, possibly as an easy entry on the short. Confluence with the weekly breakdown, weekly SFP. Understand if you do end up taking out my stop loss at 142, you're most likely going to move up to the 148s, 147s. And at that point, we have to just be watching if you're going to enter into a weekly buy trigger again. See that 34. If that gets reclaimed, there's really no bear thesis. But until then, you're just under the weekly 5. That's not a sign of strength. Here, you're just simply retesting the 21. And if you go up a little higher, you can go up to the 34. That's kind of the idea on this short. And you're basically just playing daily downtrend. You're just going to use that as your lower high. This is your lower high. So then your entry will just be like this. And it'll be better on a 2-day. I'll show that here. You can just see that more clearly on a 2-day. So watch 136 to 138. 142 will be my stop loss. And I'll be simply watching for a breakdown going into the end of June. So this channel is going to play out. And this was the false breakout. We're back within it. This should give us a breakdown within June. And that should be taking us down to 118 to 120.
I have that bearish retest right where it's at right now.
Oh, yeah, see, that's clean.
That shit may be cooked already, but we'll
I
see.
didn't even see. We lost daily SMA 200. Like, that's just like the easy perspective, actually. So I didn't even see that. But there you go, even with your bearish retest and SMA 200 on daily. Yeah, this does look pretty bad. I think we're easily going to go down to the 118, 120s.
Yeah.
But then I do think we, should then watch for that to be some kind of bounce zone.
But there's no way because Trump told us to buy it, right?
That is true, though. That is true.
So that cancels. Long.
190s probably next month. That's all you need to know.
All righty. We got Netflix, Palantir, blah, blah, blah. TMO for investment for Farhano, and then FCEL for a trade or investment. If there's not a trade, for investing. That should be a quick, easy thing to see. FCEL. F-cell. Fuck cell.
Fuel
TMO.
cell.
And then TMO, it's like TMI, too much information, too much
Ovulation.
Perfect. God
Nice.
damn, that was quick. That was a good one, sir.
Yeah, I had that just fired up. Nice.
Is that for a trade or investment?
TMO for a trade. Oh, no, for investment. I'm sorry. For investment. My bad. Damn. Ta madre. El pinche coche nuevo de mierda que me compré. Lo llevé a que le pusieran un escape. Ya sabes, bro, es que tienes que tunear tus coches. Y tiene una fuga de aceite tremenda. Y justo la cacharon antes de ¿cómo se dice? De arreglar el coche. Así que tenía dos cosas, ¿no? Tenía un golpe también en en el front bumper, que es la fascia delantera, que iban a arreglar de todas maneras, y ahora esto. No, hombre, qué padre, brother, que le pedí un puto escape que vale 10% de lo que vale el coche, ¿no? Qué chingón. ¿Por qué no voy a chingar a mi madre en lo que estoy aquí, no? Palantir, Trump te dijo que compraras, ¿te acuerdas? ¿Se acuerdan cuando todos estaban preguntando que si íbamos a comprar Palantir porque Trump nos dijo que compráramos y desde entonces ha continuado cayendo? ¿Qué tan abajo está esta chingadera ahorita? 35% y ha estado 40% abajo. La neta, buena zona de compra, pero ahorita puedes apreciar que estás debajo del S&P 200, ¿no? Aquí. Y eso quiere decir que estás en zona bajista. También tienes esto. ¿De qué hablamos en este canal y qué acabamos de ver? Retesteos bajistas para después continuar cayendo a nuestra zona de take profit. Probablemente los 120 sea la primera. Déjame pongo acá a ver si encuentro algo que me dé confluencia con esos 120, brother. Tiene que, ahí está el EMA 100 semanal. ¿Cómo chingada madre no? Venga. Ahí lo tienes. Oye. Espérame, me echo para adelante y para atrás. Tienes un setup de volatilidad mamón en Palantir aquí abajo, ¿eh? Mamón en la semanal. Eso quiere decir que todavía no se ve el movimiento fuerte. Mantén un ojo bien pelado aquí a ver dónde quiere venir esta volatilidad. Probablemente te ayude a deducir a dónde va esta chingadera. Me gusta esta idea. 138, 2 semanas. Puta, qué vela tan toperone. Mensual es una vela envolvente bajista. Lo único que necesitas es un buen cierre por debajo de ella en la siguiente sesión, que va a cerrar todavía en 2 semanas. Así en 2 semanas es una vela mensual. Y la volatilidad de Palantir está en el punto más bajo en toda la tabla, en toda la historia en la mensual, ¿eh? Bárbaro. Pero no es lo que estabas preguntando, cabrón. Estabas preguntando de un trade a corto plazo en Palantir. Aquí hay de dos sopas. Básicamente tu eliminación, tu salida del trade está aquí arriba, para que lo sepas. Es lo primero que yo preguntaría, ¿no? ¿En dónde está? En el alto de esta vela. A donde estás ahorita es un 5%. 5%, que es bastante grande. Pero si te esperas y tienes suerte de campeón, esta zona de los 138, aunque voy a decir, ya lo retesteaste, para mí es aquí arriba en los 130, básicamente donde está 136 casi, a los 138. Y pues tu eliminación está aquí en los 142, carnal. Queda algo lejos, pero pues ya está en ti. Qué tan paciente o qué tan degenerado seas para meterte. Aquí no hay un long. Esto puede ser el final de tu tendencia alcista. Déjame ver la de 4 horas, a ver si nos dice algo la vela de 4 horas. Me lleva a la verga, me están hablando del taller. El rechazo el 34. Pues vale, all right, Alex, let's go on to, ahí lo tienes. Whatever Alex is presenting.
Oh, did not see it was on my screen. Let me see here. So FSL here. Let's see.
Sorry, no. I brought you, sorry, Alex. It was Farhan's turn, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
With the, okay. Sorry, I just had to jump because they called me from the fucking shop and I'm here making mistakes left and right. But there was a volunteer thing that got resolved. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Let me remove and put this on.
Yeah, no worries.
Thanks. Sorry about that. DMO.
Today on this.
Oh, no, but this is for investment, sir.
Get on the quarterlies, flip down. You got to move into the 78.6%. It does make sense to get a little bounce from here. See if there's any divergences forming. Not even looking lower lows. Monthly. Monthly also approaching the 78.6%, which is at $465. No divergence on this either. So we'll see if we can get any higher time frames. 6 month is coming down to 21 and getting a bounce from that region. Any divergence there? There's some massive hidden bullish divergence. Although it's going to require a closure over $602 to confirm, it doesn't look like that will confirm anytime soon. Monthly zoom. You got a fresh silver cross to the downside as well, and they're all bunched up together while they're crossing. That's a very powerful cross. Likely going to come down somewhere around the 88.3%, which is like $400. Let's go a little bit lower. 2 week is also getting pretty bearish here. The shooting star delta, giving a rejection of the median. Momentum is going to be flipped up, but this is likely going to form some median bearish divergence. You're already forming several drives. As of this moment, you require a close below 443 to confirm it. And if you do confirm that, that gives you a move into somewhere around $390. Weekly is currently flipped up, although it is close to flipping down here with multiple rejections of the 9. And 5-day also getting a rejection of the median, getting a move down to 38%. Momentum is currently flipped up. You are putting in bullish divergence. You did confirm it on this close here. So as of now, you would expect to move down to this 38.2%, which is at $456, $457. And if you're to lose this 38.2%, then you're likely going to go towards that 390 area. Probably will see a little bit of a bounce here. 2-day also breaking down. Momentum is in the bearish control zone. Likely going to continue down from here to tag somewhere around 450. Daily is getting a rejection of the median. So back out. You're very close, also getting 9 below 21. Daily is currently flipped up, like very close to flipping down here. You're not forming any divergence though. Like you're going to test 460 at a minimum. And 4 hours now freshly flipping back down with a loss of 38.2%. From here, you're probably going to test somewhere around 460 at least. And then if you fail to bounce, you also have a gap somewhere in this 450 to 460 region. If you fail to hold 460 on the closing basis, then it's likely going to come down to 390s. Let's check RSI. $60, let's go to. Alrighty. 6 months. 6 months still doesn't have a local top here. This is going to require a close below 385 to make a local top. Quarterly is about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This is going to confirm with any close below $486.94, and that will give you a move towards 335. With volatility now starting to tick up from extreme lows.
That's a crazy volatility setup, right?
Yeah, from all the way down to like 5% with bearish divergence forming. And that'll give you a target towards 330s. Monthly's already got bearish divergence confirmed. Your next target would be the neutral zone, which is at around 429, and then the bearish control zone is at 296. With the stop at the simple moving average, which is going to be at 390. 2 week putting in a local bottom. That would target the edge of the bearish control zone around 486. Weekly is about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This is going to confirm with any close below this low here, $466. And then this is going to take you towards around 360, 390 to 360. 5 day also putting in hidden bearish divergence. It's going to target 417. Nothing there. Daily has bearish divergence, but you're already in the bearish control zone. In 4 hours, about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence, and this is going to target around 448 and then 360. So around momentum. Alrighty. 6 month momentum is flipped down, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below $560 with volatility back to extreme lows. Quarterly momentum is flipped down, very close to flipping back up, and this will flip back up with the momentum, with price closing over $476, with volatility now starting to expand from extreme lows, almost like 5%, maybe slightly lower than 5%. This is giving you one hell of a volatility setup on the quarterly. So if this momentum does flip up here, this is likely going to start busting action to new all-time highs. Monthly is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $588. 2 week is currently also 2 week is currently flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $471 with volatility. As you're tracking, it's still expanding, and it's about to go to extremes and about to go to another extreme. Weekly is currently also flipped up, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $438. 5 day also flipped up as long as you're closing over 443. 2 days now freshly flipping down, rejecting the bearish control zone, bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 482. Daily is also flipped down. You're also putting in bearish divergence in the daily, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 490. And 4 hours currently flip down, but very close to flipping up, and it will flip up if you can close over 469. Nice number. So currently, do you think this is going to head lower, and it's for there would be better entries for longer term positioning? Somewhere around that $398 area is where I would start scaling into long positions, and stop loss would be at this wick low at around $385. Since this is only like a $10 stop loss, very very tight, allows you to use higher leverage, and if it does get stopped out, then you could enter in around that bearish divergence target, which would be about $330, and then you just go to the weekly to get a stop loss on that one. That would be you can use this one here right before the busting action at around $315. Or ideally, you wouldn't want to drop below $300, but you can use that 315 stop for like a static stop loss. And from there, you'd be targeting back up to somewhere around 400 first, and then somewhere into into new all-time highs after that. But as of now, not really anything to trade here for long term. More so waiting until you hit 390, see if you can hold that area, and then if that doesn't work, in somewhere in 330s.
This is a wild one. It's only been fucking going up like crazy since 2008. This is 2008. And it was just a 50% drop. Right now, it's dropped almost that, basically, from here to here. I don't know what the fuck they do, but damn. Damn, son.
Busting action, consolidation, and then more busting action.
Yeah, it's what it seems like. And it seems to be like doing the proper fucking super bullish consolidation, which is like down before exploding to the upside, like my diarrhea.
Like
well,
mine
my diarrhea doesn't explode to the upside,
it
explodes into the toilet, but you understand what I'm saying.
My diarrhea explodes to every side.
I haven't had diarrhea in a very long time. I am the proud owner of a fixed asshole, so just
I
letting
had some
you know.
yesterday.
Damn. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. I hope you're hydrated. Let me see. What's next? Alex, you got what's next? Would be coffee, KC1. For a trade. KC1 exclamation.
That'll be an interesting one. Legal crack.
Yeah, the good old crack. The legal crack that no one looks at it as a bad thing. And I love mine, so don't fucking make me leave it, anyone. God damn, it's the only joy I get now. No
If I don't
weenie.
drink it, I get headaches.
I know, by the way, last time I just didn't drink it for a day and I got the most massive headache I've ever gotten. And you were like, you should drink coffee. I was like, well, I didn't drink coffee today. And then I saw that that's a side effect of not drinking coffee when you're addicted to it. So that's great. Another fucking problem. But hey, I'm not leaving that one. That's it. That's it. No drugs for me. No fucking hookah for me. No nicotine for me. I'm smoking. I mean, I'm drinking coffee. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, coffee and a Marlboro Red. Nothing compares.
Oh my God. That would be so fucking nice. Either way, thank you for making me feel miserable. Here we go. Esta chingadera, tíos, qué potente es. En el 2008, en esta caída, bajó 50%. Aquí, ya de tope a donde llegaste hasta abajo, 42%. Básicamente, si vuelves a venir a esta zona, yo personalmente me rifaría otra tocada del promedio del 100 mensual, que está en los 468, para agregar mi segunda parte aquí, en los 411. Ahora, la idea sería que si te llegas a llevar los 385, te pueda salir, porque muy probablemente vendrías a los 330 y aquí agregar todo. Pero, tío, eso sería lo más bajista que le ha pasado en la historia, esta chingadera. Sí, por mucho. Por mucho. Tienes una buena tendencia alcista permanente en esta mamada, pero esta, como sabes, estas son de mis consolidaciones favoritas más alcistas cuando hace esto. porque no está en realidad cayendo, lo que está haciendo es dándole a todo el mundo la idea de que lo está haciendo, y este es un banderín alcista, a fin de cuentas. Estás justo en el soporte de esta. Te caes de esta media, el promedio del 100 te tiene que aguantar. No te aguanta el promedio del 100, vas a venir aquí a los 411. Y aquí la cosa es, ahí es donde probablemente le quieras meter un poco de sazón. Y ahorita mínimo en la semanal estás debajo del EMA, del SMA 200. La última vez que lo perdiste fue en el 2011, tío. ¡Wow! $2011. ¿Qué pedo con esta tabla? Y el de las 2 semanas, me imagino que exactamente el 2008, la única vez que lo has tocado. Buena zona para agregar. Nada mal, nada mal. Una vez más, solamente para confirmar lo que estamos viendo en este momento. Básicamente, donde estás y la última parte, si lo puedes dividir en dos, en los 411, me cuesta trabajo pensar que vas a caer más, pero todo es posible en este planeta. Y esta sería la oportunidad del siglo, tío. Y digo, si te la pierdes acá promediando, no pasa nada. Esto es una consolidación mega alcista a largo plazo. Mega, mega. No sé qué verga sea esto, pero wow. Ahora no sé qué tan largo plazo vaya a tomar, ¿eh? Eso es también porque desde el 2021 no has hecho un nuevo máximo histórico. Has intentado y puedes argumentar que este alto es más alto, pero este bajo es más bajo. Bastante buena tabla, tío. Oye, tío, pero qué buena tabla. Ah, pregunta de Coinbase. Mámense esto. Buenos días, tío. Fácil dejarse influenciar por los demás cuando uno no tiene buenas bases o experiencia. Compré Coinbase en 134, llegó a 140 y algo y vi un corto y lo vendí para entrar en corto. Hasta la fecha no llega al precio. Ahí para que veas, no sé. No sé. No sé si va a volver a regresar o no. Tú, más puesto mi plan está aquí, tíos. No, no hay más. ¿No? Y como les dije, este era mi plan de antes. Recambié todo eso con, ¿cómo se llama? Con lo de Bitcoin. Porque les digo, yo tengo solamente otra entrada para meter en todo. Una más. Una más y ya. Si es que me las da. Pero sí, ese es el problema. Espero que te lo dé porque a mí me interesa entrar por debajo de. Pero también no dejes que te lleve el FOMO, ¿no? Porque si te lleva el FOMO, pues estamos jodidos todos, tío. Estoy seguro puedes colocar en cualquier otra acción. Vale, vamos a ver el café, a ver cómo va mi amigo Andrés, que parece adicto al café. Wait, that's not coffee. That's coffee. You got it, Alex, right? The big chart that we always look at.
No,
Or what are you looking at?
FSO.
Oh, 1 second. Yeah, you're right. So FSO is for FSEL, trader investment. Very convenient.
Yeah, either or. So which is nice. I kind of see both, so I'll kind of give an idea on both. I think an easy trade here on the daily is just if you do see daily closures back above May 15th wick high, that could start opening up a move all the way back up to 29.74. This will bleed right into the monthly and weekly idea. So you're watching, just draw me in mind May 15th wick high, go to your daily. This was a previous breakdown zone. If you reclaim it, this should start moving you back up at minimum back to the last major lower high at 25.70, where that could put you at about like a 12% difference at minimum. Now for investment, I do see why someone would be wanting that. You're getting slightly a price structure shift just based on the EMA 21 and the monthly reclaiming and actually holding the throwback. So far, I mean, you've gone up about 40%, I believe, on that throwback. Let's just double check that one. Yeah, like 44%. Insane. This is about a over 100% range from the 21 to the 34, 113%. Pretty insane. Well, you do see that is the next technical target up to the monthly 34, where that's going to be your really big decision point. Does FSL get back above 36? or does it just simply reject that region, going back towards the lows essentially? Can see that this has been just massively rejecting your 21. When you last got back above it, you did go up to the 34 where that didn't reject. So this has been proven to you as major resistance, but that still doesn't mean you can't trade it in anticipation for a monthly EMA 34 retest. So then going back to the daily, remember, watch me, 15th wick high, look for that move up to 29.70. Going to the monthly, where can you invest in this? Well, you're not really looking to be an investor here. This is still within a range. This is more a trading outlook. Boom and boom. Where you're going to actually invest is once you get back above $36. That's actually when all the big moves on this chart have started. You can see from $36 reclaim. That is what took you up to that $100 region. Pretty insane. Then that held, giving you another insane move all the way up to over $200. But again, it started with that $30 region holding, something like this. So where would I be an investor? Get a monthly 34 reclaim, get back above $36 on a monthly candle closure. I'll be looking at that as an opportunity zone. You have here your weekly SMA 200 right in that zone as well, which is nice because this entire move down, you've really just been rejecting or massively SFPing your weekly SMA 200. So I believe, yeah, that would constitute a major buy. It hasn't been above that since the loss of on 2015 when this was trading at $6,000. Pretty insane. You can see here on the reclaim, this gave FCell a major move up, 250%, which does, seem kind of on par with what we've seen before. Again, with $36 reclaiming, we've seen that 100% increase. We easily could get a 100% increase again. So for an investing standpoint, wait for 2 to 3 months above $36. That'll be your friend. You want consolidation above that. If you get that, that's your trigger to at minimum move up to 58, get back above 58. We're going to slingshot up to the 80s and possibly higher. Until then, I am looking for an easy trade here. This trade is just based on the monthly 34, the technical target, while also being potentially in a daily buy trigger. Get back above May 15th wick high, hold it. We'll start giving you $29. And if you reject here, you start moving back under 16, you're most likely going to move down to 13. And at that point, why wouldn't you test $10 and possibly lower? So your really big focal point on this, on FCell, is hold above 16, get back above 23, slingshot to 29. That's your big decision point on a trade. If you want to invest, wait for $36. You do not want to be an investor until $36 has been proven to you, because all of this could just mean fuckery and then boom, sell off. You cannot act like this chart hasn't done that before, where it's just been absolute fuckery before a major move down. Even here and here and here. So it actually loves to do that. That's why you need to have your full criteria to be an investor. Be an investor here where you get immediate reactions, not down here. And again, that's based on all just higher time frame ideas. You should be an investor in strong bull markets, not when it's just repairing its multi-year downtrend, essentially. So hopefully that made sense on FCell, gave you some perspective. I don't ever believe it's going to go up to like a again, but maybe $100. Yeah, I think we could see $100.
Oh man, it's I hate these charts. They make me so nervous. Because there's a reason why this shit fucking went up here in 2000, only 26 years ago. And then it fucking completely collapsed.
Yeah, wow. I didn't even know that was the time, but insane, honestly. $250,000.
October of 2000. It's only been 26 years. I'm amazed that people even remember this chart. Vaya que este tipo de tablas son una mierda, tío. Para invertir, Digo, si quieres invertir y jugar ruleta rusa, perfecto, te lo voy a dar. Pero en estas chingaderas, la primera cosa que te va a decir cualquier persona que te enseñe a invertir es no inviertas en este tipo de mamadas. La idea de invertir es poder sentarte y dejarlo por años, ¿no? Esto tiene cara que te vas a poder sentar y dejarlo por años. El tope que estás viendo acá fue en el 2000. Han pasado 26 años. 26 años desde entonces. Vale, pero, pues, güey, queremos hacer dinero. Vamos a rápidamente la tabla semanal. Déjenme, me acerco demasiado. Y acá podrán ver en la tabla semanal. Estas son en los 30. No hay nada más atrás, perfecto. Sí. ¿Cómo de que no? Son en los 30. Y acá tienes esta. Hasta acá abajo. ¡Boom! Y ahí es donde todo tiene confluencia. En lo que va subiendo, para invertir en esto, tienes que tener cierres semanales por encima de los 35, 36 dólares, que es donde está tu promedio del S&P 200 cayendo en este momento. Ahí es donde quieres estar. Un trade de long, cuando vengas a retestear, simplemente esta zona donde está el promedio del 100, que está en 18 dólares con 96 centavos. ¿Es correcto eso? No. En 17.8. Ahorita estás tradeando en 21. Espérate al throwback para poder entrar en long en esto. Y ahí, ¿dónde te vas a salir? Por aquí en los 30.77, que puedes ver es una resistencia bastante tremenda que no has podido pasar desde el 2024, pero el 2023 funcionó como apoyo y antes fue una resistencia en el 2019 y etcétera. Y en la mensual, déjame ver si puedo ver algo más. No. Básicamente tu zona de breakout está aquí abajo, en los 12. Entonces, el trade más o menos apurado sería aquí abajo en los 17 y te sales con la parte baja de esta vela, tío. Porque entonces estarías haciendo un SFP tremendo para irte para abajo. Y eso estaría de el nabo. Ahora, esto me imagino que no lo ofrecen en futuros, entonces si quieres hacer un trade con cash, va a estar cabrona la cosa. Esto ya pompeó ¿cuánto? Hasta un 300%. Y probablemente, ¿dónde escuchaste de esto? Vamos a ver. ¿El RSI en la mensual? No. Espérame. En la semanal tienes el RSI, ¿ve dónde? En algo que no veías desde el 2021, y es más, creo que está más alto. No, ok. Y antes de eso no habías visto el RSI ahí. Desde el 2000, tío. Desde el 2000. Entonces, la semanal, espérate a que regreses al promedio del 100 semanal para subirte en long y simplemente salirte con este wick de aquí. Es lo más recomendable. Aquí, literalmente, salirte con este wick de aquí abajo en la semanal. Pero tienes que esperarte a ver si te da el trade aquí abajo. Porque si no, tu invalidación está a años luz. Ve, si te metes aquí desesperadamente, estás a 30% de ahí. Eso sería un mega putazo a perder. Si mínimo te esperas aquí al promedio del 100, más o menos, sigue siendo 10%, pero si quieres tradear esta chingadera, no tiene cara que vaya a ir para abajo todavía, pero tampoco me confiaría en que va a pasar los 30 dólares. Los 30 dólares es donde soltaría el long aquí. Y Aparte estás en extremo. Exacto. Exacto. Sí, tal cual. Literalmente tal cual. El throwback de vuelta a los 17 y cacho, ahí es donde quieres meterte en long y esperar a ver si puedes vender acá. Si estás más desesperado por alguna razón en hacer este trade, el throwback al promedio del 55, aunque no lo recomendaría para nada en la de 2 semanas. La semana del promedio del 100 es la que te lo va a dar, aquí abajo, en los 17.08 y te sales aquí abajo. Punto. Y ahora, más fácil sería hacerle corto en los 30. ¿Y cuál sería tu eliminación en los 37 con este wick de acá? Sería más fácil, si es que llega. Pero vaya, qué gran mierda. Espero que no sea tu empresa. Vamos a ver café, coffee, señor Farjano, por favor. For a trade.
Well, 2 days currently flipping back up and pretty aggressively back to the upside and momentum, and it's now entering into the bullish control zone. It is forming multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence here, though, because you are taking out all of these previous highs of momentum, while price is still making a lower high. Although it's a little unlikely to confirm it as of this moment, because you have to close below $2.43, which is quite a ways down from here. The more likely, if this does confirm, it will grind out a little bit more before actually confirming a local top. And from here, you are closing over or about to close over the 38.2% and the 21, which are lined up together at around $2.74. And if you do close over the area, you likely will get a back test of this region somewhere around $2.70. And from there, you're likely going to expand it to the 78.6, which also is going to eventually meet with the 55. Right now, it's at around $2.90. Let's go to daily. Daily is also currently very extreme on the HPDR. It is getting closer to than not to an area of a pullback. And if you go into the 2-day, that goes along with coming back to retest this 38.2%. Come on, there we go. Daily momentum is also very extreme. Volatility is very extreme. And you have a fresh bullish cross here with the pink freshly crossing above the yellow, and the light blue is very close to them while they're crossing, and it's happening very low in the bearish control zone. This goes along with the idea of a little of the continuation after possibly a pullback from here, or maybe a pullback from somewhere around $2.70 to $2.80. And once you do get that pullback, then somewhere around this $2.70 region would be your ideal entry, and you wouldn't want to go below this candle's low, so you'd be able to use your stop at somewhere around $2.60. And from there, you'd be targeting the 78.6 at about $2.90. Let's go in a little lower time frames. 12 hours also close to giving you a silver cross. You're also getting to the 100% on the 12 hour, 100% on momentum and volatility. You are likely going to get that pullback from here. 8 hours also basically at 100% on both momentum and volatility at the 100% range on the HPDR. 4 hour. 4 hours also looking quite top tier. You're putting the classic Bart Simpson pattern. Likely going to get that pullback to the 270s region. Let's check RSI. One exclamation. 2 days got confirmed bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over $2.47, and this is going to give you gives an easy target of the neutral zone, which we are currently hitting at 277, and then the next target is the bullish control zone at $3. I would front run that and put it at that TP at around 290s instead. $3 is kind of lining up with 55, although 55 is around 295, so I'd stick to somewhere around 290 to 295 for TP. Nothing worse than getting front run by a couple of cents. Daily has a local bottom currently. It's going to target the bullish control zone at $2.90. Almost as heartbreaking as when I shorted QQQ the last month, and I got stopped by $2 and then rolled it again and then ended up
That
First
was such a
answer.
fucking cunt. Yeah.
4 hour currently has a local bottom. It's going to target this simple moving average around 280. Okay, let's go to momentum now. Today. Today is freshly flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over $2.45. Let's zoom in here. And is there a lower low or higher low? I think it's a lower low. Yeah, it's an ever so slightly lower low, so there's no bullish divergence. Daily is currently also flipped up with the derp of life, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $2.44. With volatility now about to go back into a double extreme. 12 hours also flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 276. 4 hours flipped up, but very close to flipping down, and it will flip down and be closed below 278. And I believe 2 hours also up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 275. And hourly is also up as long as you're closing over 278. Is none of them going to be down? Even the 30-minute is going to be flipped up, so kind of looking less and less likely you're going to get that move down to get the entry. Only the 15-minute is flipped down, and this is about to flip back up. And it will flip up with any close over 278. It's kind of looking like this 270s region is going to be the more immediate trade to enter here at this 270s. Put your stop loss at this low here at 272. 272, and then you'd be aiming for $2.90. So this risk here is about 2.9% versus 290 is 295 for the 55 EMA. That is at around 6%. So that's like 3 to 1, pretty good. Let me run down 2-day again. But yeah, basically the idea on the 2-day is from the 2-day is you're closing over that 38.2%, 21 EMA, and then you would long anywhere between the 270s all the way down to around $2.73, 278 to 273, and you have your stop loss at that previous what was it, 272, and that give you basically 2% risk in return for 6% gain.
How high are you aiming on this?
About 295.
Yeah. Makes sense. Makes absolute motherfucking sense. Alrighty, boys. Well, we're motherfucking done. Is there anything you'd like to motherfucking add? And now, is there any reason for me to continue to just curse like a sailor for absolutely no fucking reason? No, but I want to. And I do what I want on my YouTube channel, boys. So you guys tell me. Is there anything you'd like to add before you run?
That's how us sophisticated Mexican gentlemen speak.
Motherfucker.
For me, I just watch the trading alerts and Discord.
All right. Perfecto. Well, thank you. Yes, Mr. Farhano, you were saying?
Yeah, and for me, on Bitcoin, watching that 66,000 region, if you get a reclaim on a 4-hour basis, then I'd look for that movement to 69 to 70,000.
And then that's where we short. Let's not get there and then be like, oh, it's very bullish, because fuck that. It's going to come down at 69, 68, 69, 71.
Right now, my idea is that move into 69 and then sweep the 58s and then get that bigger bounce. I think somewhere between 54 and 52.
That's the good area to short, yeah, for sure, because that's where you're going to get a nice move down to make everyone feel like, oh, no, it really is over. And then maybe it is, maybe it's not. We'll see then. But for now, that would be the fuck you idea. Yeah, I like that. Also, we're closing on the 24th of June, by the way, which is the last time on the last cycle, the one that we're comparing, that we had the drop. It was on the 24th of June. So we're getting close. And it's like 5 days, like a week before, a week late with all the other moves this cycle. So it's been really similar. Something worth noting.
Yeah, that's interesting. So that means it should be bear should flex then here soon if we're gonna move.
Fingers crossed. And up someone's ass. All right. Is there anything you boys like that? No. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know why I asked the same question. And I'll see you on Friday.
Next
Peace out,
time
boys.
I see you, I will be in the state of Tejas.
Oh, nice. Yeehaw.
Yeehaw!
See you boys on Friday.
See you on Friday.
And I'll still away.
Pues tíos, ¿qué les digo? Vamos a ver el café rápidamente. Habíamos planeado aquí que podría ser una zona de long y viene el long después de tocar el S&P 200, hacer un bonito SFP, ahora viene para arriba. ¿Qué es lo que puedes hacer para un trade inmediato? Bastante sencillo. Puedes notar, mi hermano, hasta en la semanal, tienes el promedio del 9 justamente acá. Esperarías que en la de harina, la diaria, y ahora lo vas a ver por qué, este delicioso throwback, no, era la de 2 días, perdón. Delicioso throwback a tu promedio del 21 en la de 2 días que está en los 270, sea donde puedas agregar para continuar yendo para arriba y buscar los $290 como mínimo. ¿Por qué los 290? Si pongo una línea meme por acá, podrás ver que es una zona importante con rechazos buenos, con buen soporte y eso sería tu siguiente objetivo. Vamos a rápidamente la semanal para ver esto, tío, mejor, más nítido, se podría decir. Y ahí también tienes el promedio del 21 semanal, donde tienes que tener una buena reacción. Sea bueno o no, has visto estos rechazos, tal vez lo puedas romper o no, pero ahí es donde te querrías salir en este trade del café, que continúa yéndose al pito. No, es que esta inflación, que solamente afecta 5 cosas, ¿no? Y está en la tele todo el tiempo, así que es una inflación bárbara. Bárbara. El viernes no abren los mercados, solamente será de cripto. ¿Por qué no abren los mercados este viernes? ¿Qué día es? 17, 18, 19, 18. A ver, espérame. A ver si es cierto. Do markets open this Friday? Vaya, me equivoqué en todas las letras. Es Juneteenth, otro día completamente inventado. Perfecto. ¿Qué quieren que haga, no? Ahora, la gente se pregunta ¿qué holiday es este en Estados Unidos? No tengo ni puta idea. Juneteenth es algo racial, me parece. Es lo único que yo sé. Lo único que yo no sé. Pues listo, ya estamos. 4 horas de esto. Quédense viendo el gráfico de Bitcoin. Como les había contado, solamente vean la de 12 horas, vean esos cierres y cierran por arriba del promedio del 9 y del 21. Esto es más alcista, nos vamos a esos 69, 70, 71. Les estoy dando los niveles para que le hagan corto antes de que todo el mundo se vuelva súper alcista llegando ahí. Y con eso esperaría yo el movimiento a los 62 para abajo y Farhan y Alex lo esperan más abajo. Yo mínimo espero los 62. Bueno, no mínimo, esperaría los 62 para que lo tengan en mente y vamos a continuar monitoreando la situación, brother. Y ya, no hay más. La bolsa se ve antes del cierre, todo como yéndose de ladito, ¿no? Circle está entrando en mi zona, está buena. Ay, papi. No, ni siquiera. Circle nada más está poniendo un banderín bajista culero y ya. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Muchísimas gracias por toda tu atención. Este fue el Casino del Tío Salo. Nos vemos en la próxima y que Dios los bendiga. Vayan a ver la Copa del Mundo, tío. Se lo merecen. Ya han trabajado mucho el día de hoy. Gracias.